Egypt 394 AD. On the desert walls of Philae, beneath the shadow of a dying temple, a priest named Nesmetrachem carved a final prayer into stone. It would become the last hieroglyphs ever written, the last breath of a script that had lived for 3,000 years. But the language behind those sacred signs did not die. It retreated, transformed, survived. Inside monasteries, in the chants of farmers, in letters written on pottery shards, in the voices of people whose names history never recorded. This is the story of that survival. How the language of pyramids, pharaohs, and gods endured invasion, empire, and faith itself to become Coptic, the final living form of ancient Egyptian. A language the pharaohs would still recognize, spoken today by a handful of children whose voices carry the weight of 5,000 years. Before there were pyramids, there were words. Before there were gods carved in stone, there were sounds that carried meaning. Across the Nile Valley, the Egyptian language emerged from the depths of prehistory as part of the Afro-Asiatic language family, sharing distant kinship with Semitic languages like Akkadian and Hebrew, Berber languages of North Africa, Cushitic tongues of the Horn of Africa, and Chadic languages stretching across the Sahel. Yet Egyptian would develop in splendid isolation, separated by desert and sea, evolving into something utterly unique. Around 3200 BCE, as the first dynasty unified Upper and Lower Egypt, the Egyptian language crystallized into its earliest documented form, Old Egyptian. This was not merely the beginning of a writing system, but the birth of one of humanity's most enduring linguistic traditions. The language that would eventually become Coptic was already ancient when Homer composed the Iliad, already had a literary canon when Buddha walked in India, and would still be spoken when the Roman Empire crumbled. The sound system of Old Egyptian was complex and sophisticated. It possessed a series of consonants that would seem alien to modern ears, pharyngeal fricatives produced deep in the throat, emphatic consonants articulated with muscular tension, and a distinction between voiced and voiceless sounds that carried grammatical significance. The language had no vowels in its writing system, a feature that would create centuries of scholarly debate about how ancient Egyptians actually pronounced their words. What we know is that Egyptian utilized a root and pattern morphology similar to other Afro-Asiatic languages, where consonantal roots carried basic meaning and vowel patterns modified that meaning to create different grammatical forms. The verb system of Old Egyptian was intricate, organizing reality through a lens that emphasized the aspect over tense, not simply when something happened, but the nature of the action itself. Completed, ongoing, habitual, or potential. The language distinguished between perfective and imperfective aspects, used a variety of verb forms to express different syntactic relationships, and employed a passive voice that allowed speakers to focus on actions rather than actors. Pronouns were marked for person, number, and gender, with independent forms used for emphasis and suffix forms attached to verbs, nouns, and prepositions. Noun phrases in Old Egyptian showed a grammatical system that would persist in modified form through 5 millennia into Coptic. Nouns inflected for number, singular, plural, and dual, and for gender, masculine and feminine. The language possessed a definite article that appeared after the noun it modified, a feature that would eventually evolve into the prenominal definite article of Coptic. Possession was expressed through a genitival adjective, forming complex nominal phrases that could express intricate relationships of ownership, origin, and association. Writing emerged not from a desire to record literature or theology, but from the mundane necessities of administration. In the late 4th millennium BCE, as the Nile Valley communities grew more complex, tokens and pictographic symbols began appearing on pottery, ivory labels, and seal impressions. These early signs tracked grain harvests, counted cattle, recorded deliveries to tombs and temples. The system that would become hieroglyphic writing developed from these administrative tools, transforming gradually from simple pictograms into a complex system combining logograms, signs representing words, phonograms, signs representing sounds, and determinatives, signs clarifying meaning without pronunciation. By the Old Kingdom, hieroglyphic writing had achieved full maturity. The script comprised hundreds of signs, each carefully carved or painted to represent the things of Egyptian life: birds and animals, human figures and body parts, tools and weapons, plants and buildings, celestial bodies and abstract symbols. Yet these beautiful images operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The sign of a mouth could represent the word mouth itself, or it could represent the consonant R, because the word for mouth was pronounced approximately RA, or it could serve as a determinative in words related to speaking and eating. The pyramid texts, inscribed inside the burial chambers of late Old Kingdom pyramids beginning around 2400 BCE, represent the earliest substantial corpus of Old Egyptian. These sacred utterances, carved into the limestone walls where no living eyes were meant to see them, were designed to ensure the dead king's successful journey through the afterlife. The language of the pyramid text is formal, archaic even at the time of inscription, filled with mythological allusions and ritual formulas whose meanings were already obscure to later generations. Yet within these texts we find a language fully formed, capable of expressing abstract theological concepts, complex syntactic relationships, and subtle gradations of meaning. Consider utterance 273 from the pyramid texts, where the dead king ascends to the sky. The sky is pregnant with wine. Nut has given birth to her daughter as the dawn. The king appears as a star. He traverses the sky like Thoth. Even in translation, we glimpse the sophistication of Old Egyptian, its ability to weave metaphor and cosmology, its command of vivid imagery, its expression of transformation through carefully chosen verbs. The original Egyptian uses specific grammatical constructions to express not merely sequential action, but cosmic inevitability. The creation and maintenance of this writing system remained a closely guarded privilege. Scribes formed a professional class, trained from childhood, in the houses of life attached to temples and palaces. The path to literacy was arduous, requiring years of copying exercises, memorizing sign lists, mastering the proper formation of hundreds of hieroglyphic signs, and learning the appropriate contexts for different registers of language. Tomb autobiographies of Old Kingdom officials routinely boast of scribal training as proof of elite status. To be a scribe meant access to power, exemption from manual labour, and proximity to divine knowledge. The priestly monopoly on literacy served multiple functions. It maintained social hierarchy, ensuring that access to written knowledge remained restricted to those who served the state and temples. It protected sacred texts from profane misuse, preserving the magical efficacy of written words. And it created a class of specialists who could navigate the increasing complexity of Egyptian administration, from calculating grain yields to composing royal decrees to recording diplomatic correspondence. Yet even in this early period, we find evidence of linguistic variation. The hieroglyphic script used in monumental inscriptions carved on temple walls and tomb chapels represented a formal, prestigious register. A cursive form called hieratic developed for writing on a papyrus and ostraca, pottery sherds and limestone flakes, allowing scribes to write more quickly for administrative and personal documents. The language of hieratic texts from the Old Kingdom shows subtle differences from monumental hieroglyphic inscriptions, suggesting that even from the beginning, Egyptian existed in multiple registers: sacred and administrative, formal and practical. The earliest dated hieroglyphic inscription may be the Nama palette, a ceremonial stone palette commemorating the unification of Egypt around 3100 BCE. The palette shows King Narmer wearing the crowns of both Upper and Lower Egypt, smiting his enemies and inspecting decapitated foes. Small hieroglyphic labels identify the figures and places depicted, providing names and brief descriptors. These brief texts offer tantalizing glimpses of the earlier stage of written Egyptian, showing a script still in development but already capable of recording royal names, geographical locations, and symbolic actions. Ivory labels from First Dynasty tombs at Abydos preserve records of royal annals, year names commemorating significant events like the year of smiting the Asiatics or the year of the second occasion of the census. These labels demonstrate that from the very beginning of the Egyptian state, writing served to record and commemorate history, transforming ephemeral events into permanent memory. The language used is terse, formulaic, yet already shows the grammatical structures that would characterize Egyptian throughout its history. In the tomb inscriptions of Old Kingdom nobles, we find a different genre, autobiography. Officials like Weni, who served under 3 kings of the 6th dynasty, left lengthy inscriptions describing their careers, military campaigns, and royal favour. These texts provide remarkable insights into Old Egyptian syntax, showing how the language handled complex narrative, temporal sequencing, and causal relationships. Weni's biography describes leading troops against Asiatic nomads, quarrying stone for the king's pyramid, and digging canals, all rendered in a language that balanced formulaic phrases with individual expression. The scribal profession generated its own literature. Middle Kingdom texts, copying and preserving Old Kingdom traditions, include instructions for aspiring scribes, extolling the superiority of the literate life over all other professions. One text, known to Egyptologists as the Satire of the Trades, describes the miseries of various occupations: the potter covered in clay, the fisherman facing crocodiles, the weaver cramped in workshops darker than a tomb. Against these images of physical suffering, the text elevates the scribe. Protected from hard labour, free from taxation, wielding power through knowledge of writing. Though this text dates to later periods, it preserves attitudes toward literacy that surely characterized the Old Kingdom. What did Old Egyptians sound like? We cannot know with certainty, for the writing system recorded only consonants. Comparative linguistics, the study of related Afroasiatic languages, and the later evidence of Coptic allow educated reconstruction. The language likely possessed sounds unfamiliar in most modern European languages: the guttural ayin, a pharyngeal approximant produced by constricting the throat; the glottal lull stop, a catch in the throat like the break between syllables in uh-oh; emphatic consonants produced with simultaneous pharyngealization, and distinction between different S sounds and T sounds that carried lexical significance. The vocabulary of Old Egyptian reflected the material culture of the Nile Valley. Words for different types of bread numbered in the dozens, reflecting the centrality of wheat and barley to Egyptian life. Terms distinguished between types of boats, agricultural implements, precious stones, birds, fish, and cattle. The language possessed specific vocabulary for the complex social hierarchy. Terms for different ranks of officials, types of priests, classes of servants, and grades of craftsmen. Religious vocabulary was especially rich, with distinct terms for concepts that might seem synonymous in translation. Different words for spirit, soul, body, and essence, each carrying specific theological implications. By the end of the Old Kingdom, around 2200 BCE, the Egyptian language had established the fundamental patterns that would persist through all its later transformations. The basic grammatical structures, the root and pattern morphology, the verbal system emphasizing aspect, the use of suffixes and particles to express syntactic relationships, all these features, modified and evolved, would still be recognizable in Coptic texts written more than 3,000 years later. Old Egyptian was not merely the ancestor of later forms, it was already essentially Egyptian, carrying within it the seeds of everything that would follow. The collapse of the Old Kingdom and the chaos of the First Intermediate Period did not destroy the language, though it may have accelerated changes already underway. When centralized authority fragmented, regional variations that had been suppressed or ignored gained greater visibility. The Egyptian of Upper Egypt, centered at Thebes, began to show distinct features from the Egyptian of Lower Egypt, centered in Memphis. These dialectal differences, though never systematically described in ancient sources, would contribute to the linguistic evolution that produced Middle Egyptian. The reunification of Egypt under the 11th dynasty around 2050 BCE inaugurated what Egyptologists call the Middle Kingdom, and with it came the linguistic form known as Middle Egyptian. This phase represents what ancient Egyptians themselves considered the classical form of their language, the standard against which all later forms would be measured, the model for formal inscription and literary composition, the language worthy of eternity. Middle Egyptian refined and regularized the grammatical patterns of Old Egyptian. The verbal system became more consistent, with clearly distinguished forms for different syntactic contexts. The language developed more sophisticated means of subordination, allowing complex sentences with multiple clauses expressing temporal, causal, and conditional relationships. The particle system expanded, providing finer gradations of meaning and more precise expressions of logical relationships. What emerged was a language of remarkable flexibility and expressiveness, capable of everything from administrative precision to literary beauty. The literature of the Middle Kingdom demonstrates the full flowering of Middle Egyptian. The tale of Sinuhe, perhaps the finest achievement of ancient Egyptian narrative, tells of an official who flees Egypt after the death of his king, lives among Asiatic peoples, achieves success in foreign lands, yet yearns desperately to return home and be buried in Egyptian soil. The story, transmitted through multiple papyrus copies and ostraca, showcases Middle Egyptian's capacity for psychological insight, dramatic pacing, and emotional depth. Sinuhe describes his exile. "I knew not what brought me to this country. It was like a dream, as if a man of the Delta saw himself in Elephantine, a man of the marshlands in Nubia." The syntax of Sinuhe's tale employs sophisticated constructions unknown or rare in Old Egyptian. The narrative shifts between perfect tenses, expressing completed action, imperfective tenses, expressing habitual or ongoing action, and prospective tenses, expressing potential or future action. Subordinate clauses introduced by particles specify temporal relationships. Now when day broke, after I had spent a year there, before I reached the frontier. The language deploys reported speech within narratives, creating multiple layers of perspective. Characters quote earlier conversations, recall past events, and express internal thoughts, all demanding precise grammatical marking to distinguish levels of discourse. The instructions of Amenemhat, presented as a dead king's advice to his son, delivered from beyond the grave, demonstrates Middle Egyptian's capacity for political philosophy. The text warns of the dangers of trust. Beware of subordinates. Trust not a brother, know not a friend, make no intimates, it is worthless. This cynical wisdom, born perhaps from Amenemhat's assassination by his own courtiers, is expressed through balanced parallel phrases, repeated negative imperatives, and accumulating clauses that create rhetorical force. The language achieves effects of emphasis and urgency through word order, particle choice, and grammatical construction. Mathematical and medical texts from the Middle Kingdom show Middle Egyptian handling technical and scientific discourse. The Rhine mathematical papyrus presents problems in geometry, arithmetic, and algebra using precise technical vocabulary and consistent grammatical formulations. Method of calculating, give the operations. Behold, I have found medical papyri, like the Edwin Smith. Surgical papyrus describe wounds and treatments with clinical precision, using specialized anatomical vocabulary and conditional constructions. If you examine a man having, you should say concerning him, you should treat him with. Religious literature proliferated during the Middle Kingdom. The coffin texts, painted on wooden coffins and descended from the Old Kingdom pyramid texts, democratized access to afterlife spells. These texts, numbering over 1,000 distinct spells, show regional variation in language, suggesting that different religious centers preserved local traditions. Some spells retain archaic Old Egyptian forms, deliberately maintaining linguistic connection to the past. Others show Middle Egyptian innovations, adapting ancient formulas to contemporary grammar. The result is a religious language that is simultaneously conservative and evolutionary, anchoring authority in antiquity while remaining comprehensible to contemporary speakers. Yet even as Middle Egyptian achieved classical status in formal writing, the spoken language continued evolving. By the New Kingdom 1550 to 1070 BCE, a gap had opened between the literary language of official inscriptions and the vernacular actually spoken in daily life. This vernacular, which Egyptologists call Late Egyptian, began appearing in informal texts during the 18th dynasty and became increasingly common in administrative documents, personal letters, and some literary compositions during the Ramesside period. The letters from Deir el-Medina, the village housing workers who built royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings, provide extraordinary evidence of Late Egyptian as a living, spoken language. These texts, written on ostraca and papyri, preserve the authentic voices of ordinary people. Workmen requesting time off to brew beer, wives complaining about absent husbands, villagers accusing neighbours of theft, scribes reporting deliveries of food and tools. The language is immediate, colloquial, full of life. One letter from the scribe Mena to his superior begins, "Now look, I am living in the house of the god. I have neither barley nor wheat. Please have them brought to me so that I may live. Do not neglect me." The urgency, the direct address, the practical concern with daily sustenance, all characteristic of real spoken language, come through vividly. The grammar differs noticeably from classical Middle Egyptian. Auxiliary verbs appear before main verbs, marking tense and aspect in new ways. The definite article appears in prenominal position before the noun, anticipating the pattern that will become standard in Coptic and new particles organize discourse. The verbal system of Late Egyptian shows significant restructuring. Classical Middle Egyptian expressed tense, an aspect primarily through verb form, different conjugations for different temporal and aspectual meanings. Late Egyptian increasingly employed auxiliary constructions, where a grammaticalized verb like to be or to become combined with an infinitive or participial form to express temporal relationships. This analytic tendency, expressing grammatical relationships through word order and auxiliary words rather than inflection, would accelerate in later stages of the language. The grammatical restructuring visible in Late Egyptian represents not corruption or simplification, but natural language change. Linguists recognize these processes as the typical of how linguists evolve. Inflectional systems erode and are replaced by analytic construction. Word order becomes more fixed. New particles develop from grammaticalized verbs and nouns. Late Egyptian was moving in directions that were eventually produced Demotic and finally Coptic. The vernacular literature of the Ramesside period, written in Late Egyptian, demonstrates that this new language was fully capable of literary expression. The Tale of the Two Brothers, preserved in Papyrus D'Orbigny, tells a mythological story involving jealousy, transformation, and divine intervention, all rendered in vivid late Egyptian. The report of Wenneman describes an official's disastrous diplomatic mission to Lebanon, presenting an episodic narrative that feels almost novelistic in its attention to character and social observation. These texts prove that late Egyptian was not merely a degraded form of classical Middle Egyptian, but a mature language with its own aesthetic possibilities. Educational texts from the New Kingdom reveal ancient Egyptian awareness of linguistic change, and the resulting diglossia, the coexistence of high and low linguistic registers. Student exercises show apprentice scribes copying classical Middle Egyptian texts, while writing their own letters and accounts in late Egyptian. Teachers admonished students to master the classical language. Be a scribe. Your body will be sleek, your hand will be soft, your eyes will follow your heart's wishes, and it will please you to lead. Yet these same teachers presumably spoke late Egyptian in daily life, demonstrating the complex socio-linguistic reality of New Kingdom Egypt. Royal inscriptions maintained classical Middle Egyptian long after it ceased to be anyone's native speech. The walls of Karnak Temple record Thutmose III's military campaigns in language that would have been familiar to Middle Kingdom scribes 5 centuries earlier. This linguistic conservatism reflected ideological concerns. The eternal nature of royal power demanded the eternal language of tradition. To inscribe victories in contemporary vernacular would acknowledge the temporal nature of language itself, implying that these monuments might someday become incomprehensible. Classical Middle Egyptian linked New Kingdom pharaohs to the great kings of the Middle Kingdom, claiming continuity across centuries of historical rupture. The Amarna period under Akhenaten briefly challenged linguistic as well as religious orthodoxy. Some texts from Akhetaten, Amarna, the capital built by the heretic king, show late Egyptian features in contexts that would normally demand classical language. This may reflect Akhenaten's broader revolutionary program, rejecting traditional forms in favour of contemporary expression. Yet after Akhenaten's death and the restoration of traditional religion, classical Middle Egyptian returned to dominance in formal inscriptions, suggesting that linguistic conservatism was deeply embedded in Egyptian religious and political ideology. The tomb autobiography of General Horemheb, carved before he became king at the end of the 18th dynasty, exemplifies the diglossia of the period. The formal biographical inscription uses classical Middle Egyptian, employing grammatical constructions and vocabulary appropriate for eternal stone. Yet Horemheb's administrative decrees, recorded on stelae, show late Egyptian features, particularly in sections dealing with practical legal matters. The general evidently commanded both registers, deploying each in appropriate contexts, a linguistic bilingualism that educated Egyptians would maintain for centuries. Personal names from the New Kingdom reflect linguistic change. While formal throne names of kings continued to employ classical grammatical patterns, the birth names of royal children and the personal names of non-royal individuals increasingly showed late Egyptian features. A Middle Kingdom name might be Amenemhat, Amun is at the forefront, using a nominal sentence pattern typical of classical Egyptian. A Ramesside name might be Paneb, the Lord, using the definite article in prenominal position, characteristic of late Egyptian. These names, given at birth and used throughout life, preserve evidence of the spoken language's evolution. By the end of the New Kingdom around 1070 BCE, late Egyptian had become the standard for most written purposes outside monumental inscriptions: business documents, legal contracts, administrative records, personal letters, oracles, and even some literary texts employed late Egyptian as their natural medium. The language had evolved significantly from Middle Egyptian. The verbal system had been restructured, the noun phrase showed new patterns, particles had proliferated, and the vocabulary had absorbed numerous foreign loanwords, particularly from Semitic languages due to Egypt's extensive contact with Western Asia. Yet the underlying continuity between Old Egyptian, Middle Egyptian, and Late Egyptian remained undeniable. A priest of the late period reading pyramid texts might struggle with archaic vocabulary and obsolete grammatical constructions, but the fundamental architecture of the language remained recognizable. The root system, the basic grammatical patterns, the word formation processes, these continued from the earliest period into Late Egyptian. The language had evolved but not transformed. It remained Egyptian, carrying forward the linguistic heritage of 3 millennia. The late period of Egyptian history, beginning with the 25th dynasty around 750 BCE, witnessed political fragmentation, foreign domination, and cultural anxiety. Egypt fell under Nubian rule, then Assyrian invasion, then native resurgence under the Sate dynasty, then Persian conquest, and finally incorporation into Alexander's empire and the Hellenistic world. Against this backdrop of political instability, a new phase of the Egyptian language emerged: demotic. The term demotic derives from Greek demotikos, meaning of the people or popular, though this designation oversimplifies a complex linguistic reality. Demotic represented both a new script, an extremely cursive form of hieratic that had evolved to the point of being essentially a different writing system, and a new linguistic stage, continuing the evolutionary trajectory visible in Late Egyptian, but introducing additional changes. Demotic would become the language of administration, commerce, law, private correspondence, and eventually literature and science. The script itself appears around 650 BCE during the Sate dynasty, though linguistic features characteristic of demotic probably existed in spoken language earlier. The cursive forms of demotic signs bore little visual resemblance to the hieroglyphic originals from which they ultimately derived. Where hieratic maintained recognizable connections to hieroglyphic forms, demotic signs became abstract ligatures, groups of strokes that could only be read by specialists trained in the system. A single demotic sign might represent a word, a syllable, or a determinative, and the same group of strokes might be read differently depending on context. Demotic rapidly became the standard script for documentary purposes. Legal contracts, tax receipts, land surveys, census records, marriage settlements, loan agreements, and all the paperwork of daily life shifted to demotic. The government archives from sites like Elephantine, Thebes, and Memphis contained thousands of demotic papyri documenting property transactions, litigation, temple administration, and personal business. These documents reveal a society of considerable legal sophistication, where written contracts governed economic relationships and literacy extended beyond the elite. The language of these documents shows further evolution beyond Late Egyptian. The verbal system continued to favour analytic constructions over synthetic forms. The definite article, now fully grammaticalized, appeared regularly in prenominal position. The demonstrative system expanded, creating distinctions of proximity and distance. New prepositions developed, some from grammaticalized nouns, others from combinations of existing particles. The language was becoming more explicitly marked for grammatical relationships, relying less on understood context and more on overt markers. Consider a demotic marriage contract from the Ptolemaic period. I have made you a woman. I have given to you silver. I will not be able to cast you out. If I cast you out, if I take another woman as my wife besides you, I shall give to you silver. The legal precision, the explicit conditional constructions, the repeated markers of futurity and obligation, all demonstrate demotic's capacity for technical legal language. The vocabulary includes specialized legal terms that had evolved within the documentary tradition. Demotic literature emerged during the Ptolemaic period, demonstrating that this popular script could carry sophisticated narrative and wisdom literature. The instructions of Ankh-Sheshonq, a wisdom text preserved on a Demotic papyrus from the 2nd century BCE, contains hundreds of proverbs. Do not open your heart to your wife. What you say to her in privacy goes out into the street. Better a statue without a name than a man without a son. The house in which a wife is not pleasing to her husband will not prosper, and the sententious style, the patriarchal social assumptions, the practical cynicism, all recall earlier Egyptian wisdom literature while demonstrating Demotic's literary capabilities. The cycle of stories about Setnekai-Mwazi, a prince who seeks magical knowledge, represents Demotic narrative literature at its height. These tales, written in Ptolemaic and Roman times but set in the earlier New Kingdom, combine adventure, magic, moral lessons, and comedy. The Demotic language flows naturally, handling dialogue, description, and action with ease. Characters speak in colloquial registers, and the narrative voice employs sophisticated literary techniques including foreshadowing, dramatic irony, and thematic unity. Yet while Demotic flourished in documentary and literary contexts, hieroglyphic writing continued in temple inscriptions and religious texts. The dichotomy became stark: hieroglyphs for sacred contexts, Demotic for everything else. Hieroglyphic inscriptions from the late period often show archaising features, deliberately employing vocabulary and grammatical constructions from earlier periods to claim connection with ancient tradition. Priests copied Old and Middle Kingdom religious texts, preserving archaic language even as their own speech continued evolving. The Ptolemaic dynasty, founded by Alexander's general Ptolemy after 305 BCE, introduced Greek as the language of government while maintaining Egyptian for local administration and religious contexts. Egypt became officially bilingual, with Greek dominant in Alexandria and the coastal regions, Egyptian in the interior and among the native population. Official decrees were issued in both languages, sometimes with Demotic and hieroglyphic Egyptian versions alongside the Greek. The Rosetta Stone, inscribed in 196 BC, exemplifies this multilingual reality. The decree honours the 13-year-old Ptolemy V, recording benefits granted to temples and tax exemptions for priests. The text appears in 3 scripts: Greek for the Hellenistic administration, Demotic for the native Egyptian bureaucracy, and hieroglyphic for temple walls. Importantly, the hieroglyphic and Demotic versions are both in Egyptian language, not merely different scripts, but representing different linguistic registers of the same underlying language. The hieroglyphic text employs archaic grammatical constructions appropriate for monumental display, while the Demotic text uses contemporary syntax suitable for administrative documentation. The trilingual nature of the Rosetta Stone reveals the complex socio-linguistic situation of Ptolemaic Egypt. Greek was the prestige language, associated with political power, Mediterranean culture, and educational sophistication. Hieroglyphic Egyptian represented sacred tradition, temple authority, and connection to pharaonic past. Demotic Egyptian was the working language of native administration, legal documentation, and daily business. An educated Egyptian priest might command all 3 scripts and both Greek and Egyptian languages, navigating between cultural worlds with practiced fluency. Greek influence on Demotic Egyptian became substantial during the Ptolemaic period. Loanwords entered Egyptian for concepts associated with Hellenistic culture. Greek terms for philosophical ideas, political institutions, technical terminology, luxury goods. Some Demotic texts show code switching, where writers shift between Egyptian and Greek within a single document. Legal contracts might use Greek terminology for specific types of agreements while maintaining Egyptian syntax. Religious texts occasionally include Greek names for deities, identifying Egyptian gods with Greek counterparts: Osiris with Dionysus, Isis with Demeter, Thoth with Hermes. Yet Egyptian resisted wholesale Hellenization. The core vocabulary remained Egyptian, the grammatical structures continued Egyptian patterns, and the writing system maintained Egyptian principles. Greek served as a super-straight influence, contributing lexical items without fundamentally restructuring the language. This resistance testifies to the vitality of Egyptian culture even under foreign rule, and the strength of linguistic tradition maintained by temple scribes and native bureaucrats. The temple scriptoria of Ptolemaic Egypt preserved enormous bodies of religious knowledge in hieroglyphic and hieratic script. Priestly families maintained scribal training, passing knowledge of traditional scripts and languages from generation to generation. The temples of Edfu, Dendera, Philae, and Esna commissioned extensive hieroglyphic inscriptions during the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, demonstrating that the ancient scripts retained religious authority and practical use. These late hieroglyphic texts employ deliberately archaic language, yet close examination reveals subtle influences from contemporary Demotic, evidence that even conservative scribes were native speakers of evolved Egyptian. The grammatical innovations visible in Demotic would prove crucial for the development of Coptic. The analytic tendency, expressing grammatical relationships through particles and word order rather than inflection, accelerated in Demotic. The verbal system simplified, reducing the proliferation of forms characteristic of earlier stages. The definite article system stabilized in its prenominal position. New conjunctions and subordinating particles developed, providing explicit marking for syntactic relationships that earlier forms of Egyptian had left implicit. All these changes prepared the way for Coptic. Demotic science flourished in the Ptolemaic period. Medical papyri in Demotic preserve Egyptian medical knowledge accumulated over millennia. Diagnostic procedures, prescriptions, surgical techniques, magical spells for healing. The language demonstrates precision in describing symptoms and treatments, using specialized terminology that had evolved within the medical tradition. Mathematical texts showed the Egyptian scribe working with fractions, geometry, and algebra using demotic notation and terminology. Astronomical texts record observations and calculate calendrical relationships. One remarkable demotic text, the Book of the Temple, describes the ideal temple, its architecture, personnel, rituals, and administration. This vast composition, preserved in fragmentary copies from multiple sites, demonstrates Demotic's capacity for technical and religious discourse. The language handles architectural terminology, priestly titles, ritual sequences, and theological concepts with sophistication. The text reveals a late Egyptian religious tradition still vital, still creating new compositions, still using Egyptian language to conceptualize sacred space and divine human relationship. The decline of hieroglyphic writing occurred gradually during the Roman period after 30 BCE. Fewer temples commissioned new inscriptions. Priestly families who had maintained scribal knowledge found diminishing incentives to train their children in obsolete scripts. The last hieroglyphic inscription appears at Philae, the island temple of Isis in far southern Egypt, dated to August 24, 394 CE. The inscription records a prayer by the priestess Metrochem on behalf of a deceased colleague. After this, silence. No more hieroglyphs were carved. The script that had served Egyptian civilization for over 3,000 years became extinct. Hieratic, the cursive script derived from hieroglyphic, survived slightly longer, but only in religious contexts. The latest hieratic text may be an ostracon from Medinet Habu, dated to the late 4th century CE. After this, hieratic too vanished from use. Only Demotic remained as a written form of Egyptian, and Demotic itself was being displaced by a new script that could more adequately represent the evolved language: Coptic. The disappearance of hieroglyphic and hieratic writing marked a profound cultural shift. These scripts had carried associations of sacred power, divine origin, and cultural continuity for 3 millennia. To Egyptians, hieroglyphs were not merely writing but divine words, medubil netja, gifts from Thoth, the god of wisdom. Their loss severed modern Egyptians from immediate access to their recorded past. The temples fell silent, the monuments became unreadable. The continuity of written tradition, unbroken for 3,000 years, finally fractured. Yet the language survived. Egyptian continued to be spoken in villages and farms, in cities and monasteries, in the daily life of people who never learned Greek or Latin. The spoken tongue carried forward the accumulated heritage of Egyptian civilization even as the traditional scripts died. What emerged from this crisis, Coptic, would preserve the ancient language in a new form, adapted to new purposes, serving a new faith, but maintaining essential continuity with the pharaonic past. The transformation of Egyptian into Coptic did not occur suddenly, but evolved through a process lasting several centuries. The fundamental challenge was finding a writing system adequate to represent the evolved Egyptian language as actually spoken. Demotic script, however practical for legal and administrative documents, suffered from significant limitations. Its extreme cursiveness made learning difficult. Its lack of vowel notation created ambiguities. Most critically, it could not easily represent the phonological system of spoken Egyptian for educational purposes or religious instruction. The solution emerged from Egypt's multilingual environment. Greek, widely used in urban centres and among educated classes, possessed a clear alphabetic script that represented both consonants and vowels. Greek letters had fixed phonetic values, making the script relatively easy to learn compared to Demotic's complexity. For Egyptians seeking to render their native language in writing while ensuring pronounceability, adopting Greek letters offered obvious advantages. The earliest evidence of using Greek letters to write Egyptian appears in bilingual school exercises and magical texts from the 1st century CE. These texts show experimentation, using Greek alphabet to transcribe Egyptian words, presumably to help Greek speakers pronounce Egyptian spells or Egyptian speakers learn Greek pronunciation. Initially, these were isolated experiments rather than systematic attempts to create a new script. The Greek alphabet, however, could not represent all sounds of Egyptian. The ancient Egyptian language retained pharyngeal and glottal sounds absent in Greek, the guttural ayin, the glottal stop, aleph, emphatic consonants. To supplement the Greek letters, early writers of Coptic drew from Demotic, selecting 6 or 7 simplified signs to represent specifically Egyptian phonemes. These additional letters integrated with the Greek alphabet to create a writing system capable of representing Egyptian speech. By the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE, this Coptic script began appearing more regularly in documentary and religious contexts. The earliest substantial Coptic texts are magical spells and Christian biblical fragments. The magical papyri demonstrate Coptic's utility for rendering Egyptian incantations pronounceably, important when correct pronunciation was believed essential for magical efficacy. The biblical fragments reveal Christian missionaries using Coptic to make scripture accessible to Egyptian speakers who did not read Greek fluently. The linguistic structure of early Coptic shows clear continuity with Demotic Egyptian, while introducing changes resulting from the new script's capabilities. For the first time in Egyptian history, vowels were consistently written. This fundamental innovation transformed the language's written representation. Where Demotic might write a word with consonants alone, leaving vowel quality to context and learned tradition, Coptic spelled out the full phonological form, not just consonants but the complete spoken word. This vowel notation reveals how Egyptian had evolved phonologically. Many grammatical patterns expressed through verbal morphology in earlier stages of Egyptian had simplified, with analytic constructions replacing synthetic forms. The definite article, written in Coptic as p, masculine singular, tiki, feminine singular, or en, plural, before nouns, showed regular patterns inherited from late Egyptian and Demotic, but now consistently indicated with vowels. The verbal system increasingly relied on auxiliary constructions, compound tenses using forms of to be plus main verbs, patterns visible in Demotic but more transparent in Coptic's explicitly written forms. Regional dialects present but obscure in earlier Egyptian became clearly visible in Coptic. The script's phonetic transparency allowed writers to represent actual pronunciation, revealing significant geographical variation. Modern scholars distinguish up to 9 Coptic dialects, though the major divisions are Sahidic, spoken in Upper Egypt around Thebes, became the literary standard during the classical period of Coptic literature, 4th to 6th centuries. Sahidic texts show relative phonological conservatism, maintaining distinctions that other dialects merged. The dialect's prestige derived from the powerful monasteries of Upper Egypt, particularly the Pachomian Federation and the White Monastery of Shenut. Bahiric, the dialect of the Nile Delta, eventually displaced Sahidic as the liturgical standard and remains the Coptic used in the Coptic Orthodox Church today. Bahiric shows phonological innovations, particularly in vowel quality and the treatment of certain consonants. Its rise to dominance reflected the ecclesiastical importance of Alexandria and the Delta region's closer contact with Greek-speaking populations. Fayyumic, spoken in the Fayyum Oasis, preserves archaic features and shows distinctive phonological developments. Akhmimic and Lycopolitan, sub-Akhmimic, dialects of Middle Egypt, display transitional characteristics between Upper Egyptian and Lower Egyptian features. Oxyrhynchite, Meso-Khemic, represents Middle Egyptian speech with its own distinctive features. These dialects were not radically different. Speakers of different Coptic dialects could understand each other, but the variations demonstrate that Egyptian, like any living language, existed in multiple regional forms. The artificial unity imposed by standardized hieroglyphic and hieratic scripts had obscured this reality. Coptic's phonetic transparency made dialect variation visible and documentable. A remarkable collection of Coptic letters from the 4th century, discovered at the desert site of Kelis in the Dakhla Oasis, provides intimate access to early Coptic as a living language. These personal letters, written by members of a Manichaean community, discuss family matters, business affairs, religious concerns, and daily life. The Coptic used is colloquial and unstudied, showing the language as actually spoken by ordinary people. One letter from a woman named Tekosis to her son reads, "I greet you greatly, my son, at all times. I want you to know that your father took every single thing from your house. He didn't leave me even a vegetable. Don't neglect me. Make the basket for me quickly. Your brother and your younger sister greet you." The directness, the emotional charge, the practical concerns all emerge vividly in Coptic that preserves the rhythms and patterns of speech. Another Kelis letter, from a man named Sais to his wife Valeria, illustrates the multilingual reality of 4th century Egypt. "I greet you and salute you with my whole heart. I want you to know that I received your letter. My heart rejoices every single day when I receive your letters. Now that you have written to me in Egyptian, I am Coptic. Take care to teach our children Greek, as I have said to you many times." This letter reveals family language policies, the prestige of Greek education, and the pragmatic use of Coptic for intimate correspondence. The Kelis letters demonstrate Coptic's full functionality as a written medium. The syntax shows all the complexity of natural language: subordinate clauses, conditional construction, reported speech, temporal sequencing. The vocabulary includes inherited Egyptian words for family relationships, agricultural terms, household items, and abstract concepts, alongside Greek loanwords for Christianity-related terms, technical vocabulary, and prestige concepts. The letters employ discourse markers, emphatic particles, and pragmatic features characteristic of personal communication. Coptic's verbal system, now visible in its complete form, shows the culmination of changes begun in late Egyptian. The primary verbal construction uses various forms of auxiliary verbs, followed by infinitives or qualitative and stative forms. Present tense is often marked by a form descended from ancient Egyptian to be. Past tense uses auxiliaries derive from ancient Egyptian verbs meaning to become or to happen. Future tense employs constructions with auxiliaries meaning to be about to or to go in order to. This analytic system replaced the synthetic forms of earlier Egyptian, where verb stems themselves inflected for tense, aspect and mood. Negation in Coptic shows interesting continuity with ancient Egyptian. The basic negation marker, n, with variants depending on dialect and grammatical context, descends directly from the ancient Egyptian negative particle. Coptic developed a discontinuous negation pattern, where negative particles surround the negated element, a pattern with roots in late Egyptian syntax. The sentence "I do not know" in Sahidic appears as enti soon an, literally not I know not, showing the bipartite negation. The Coptic nominal phrase system directly continues demotic patterns. Nouns are preceded by definite articles derived from ancient Egyptian demonstratives that had grammaticalized into articles in late Egyptian and demotic. The articles inflect for gender, masculine, feminine, and number, singular, plural. Coptic developed a possessive article system where possession is marked by articles that combine with pronominal suffixes. Pe jois, my lord. Pek jois, your lord. Pef jois, his lord. This system, though fully functional in Coptic, shows clear descent from ancient Egyptian possessive constructions. Pronouns in Coptic include independent forms, suffix forms, and possessive forms, maintaining distinctions that existed in ancient Egyptian. The pronoun system distinguishes three persons, two numbers, singular and plural, and in some forms two genders, masculine and feminine. The independent pronouns appear in emphatic positions and predicate construction. Suffix pronouns attach to verbs, nouns, and prepositions. The complexity of the pronoun system demonstrates continuity with ancient Egyptian grammatical architecture. Greek influence on Coptic vocabulary was substantial but selective. Core vocabulary, body parts, family terms, basic verbs, numbers, natural phenomena remained Egyptian. Greek loanwords entered primarily for Christian religious terminology, ecclesia, baptisma, eucharistia, abstract concepts, agape, pistis, gnosis, technological innovations, administrative terms, and prestige vocabulary. The pattern resembles English's use of French loanwords after the Norman conquest, a native Germanic grammatical structure with significant Romance lexical borrowing in specific semantic domains. Interestingly, Coptic shows remarkably little Latin influence despite centuries of Roman rule. Latin terms occasionally appear, usually for military ranks or administrative positions, but far fewer than Greek borrowings. This reflects the socio-linguistic reality of Roman Egypt, where Greek remained the prestige language and medium of administration, while Latin remained largely restricted to the military. The development of Coptic script represented a democratization of literacy. Hieroglyphic and hieratic scripts required years of training and provided access only to those with resources for extended education. Demotic, while more widely used, remained challenging to learn. Coptic's alphabetic script, with its limited character set and regular phonetic values, could be learned relatively quickly. This accessibility aligned with Christian emphasis on scripture reading basol, making it possible for larger portions of the population to achieve literacy. Archaeological evidence shows Coptic script spreading beyond elite and clerical contexts. School exercises on ostraka demonstrate Coptic literacy training. business documents in Coptic suggest shopkeepers and small traders could write. Personal letters from ordinary people, farmers, artisans, servants, prove that functional literacy extended down the social hierarchy. This broader literacy had profound implications for cultural transmission and social organization. The transition from Demotic to Coptic script occurred gradually, with both systems coexisting during the 3rd and 4th centuries. Some documents show scribes using Demotic for legal formulas and Coptic for narrative portions, or mixing scripts within single texts. Eventually, Coptic displaced Demotic entirely except for some conservative legal contexts. The last dated Demotic papyrus comes from the mid-5th century, after which Coptic became the sole written form of Egyptian. By the 3rd century, Coptic existed as a fully functional written language used for correspondence, business, law, and increasingly for Christian religious texts. The script had stabilized, though minor variations between scriptoria persisted. The language had begun developing a literary register distinct from colloquial usage. The stage was set for the explosion of Coptic literature that would occur in the 4th and 5th centuries, when Egypt's ancient language would become the vehicle for one of Christianity's most vigorous intellectual and spiritual movements. Christianity entered Egypt early, traditionally traced to the apostolic mission of Mark the Evangelist to Alexandria in the 1st century. Initially an urban phenomenon centered in Alexandria, Christianity gradually spread to the Egyptian countryside, carried by missionaries, merchants, and refugees. The new religion found fertile ground among Egyptians for reasons both spiritual and social. Christianity's promise of salvation, its emphasis on the poor and marginalized, its communal solidarity, and its scriptural accessibility contrasted with the exclusivity of traditional Egyptian temple religion and the cultural elitism of Greco-Roman paganism. The translation of Christian scripture into Coptic represented a revolutionary moment in Egyptian linguistic history. For the first time, sacred texts were rendered in the language of ordinary Egyptians, rather than preserved in hieroglyphic script accessible only to priests or Greek known primarily by the educated. These translations democratized access to religious knowledge, allowing farmers and artisans to read or hear scripture in their native tongue. The earliest Coptic biblical fragments date to the 3rd century, suggesting an active translation program by early Christian communities. The translation of biblical texts into multiple Coptic dialects demonstrates both the decentralized nature of early Egyptian Christianity and the adaptability of the Coptic language. Different Christian communities produced their own translations, resulting in versions in Sehidic, Bahiric, Fayumic, and other dialects. These translations were not merely linguistic exercises but theological acts, requiring translators to find Coptic equivalents for Hebrew and Greek religious concepts. How should one translate kingdom of God, grace, bami, baptism, or resurrection into a language shaped by millennia of pharaonic religion? The translators solved these problems through multiple strategies. Some Greek theological terms were simply borrowed into Coptic: agape, love; gnosis, knowledge; pistis, faith. These loanwords entered Coptic phonology and were treated grammatically as Coptic words. Other concepts were translated using native Egyptian vocabulary with semantic extension. The Coptic word maton, rest, came to mean eternal rest or paradise. The verb taho, to set upright, acquired the meaning to resurrect. The Egyptian word mart, which in pharaonic times meant cosmic order and justice, found new life in Christian Coptic meaning righteousness and truth. The biblical translations influenced Coptic linguistic development profoundly. The need for precision in rendering scripture encouraged standardization of grammar and vocabulary. Certain translation choices became conventional, establishing precedents for how biblical language should be expressed in Coptic. The syntax of translated texts, influenced by Greek-sourced texts, introduced some Hellenistic constructions into Coptic while generally maintaining Egyptian grammatical patterns. The monastic movement beginning in the late 3rd century transformed Egyptian Christianity and made Coptic the language of spiritual revolution. Antony the Great, 251 to 356, traditionally considered the founder of Christian monasticism, withdrew to the Egyptian desert seeking spiritual perfection through ascetic discipline. Antony's life, recorded by Athanasius of Alexandria in Greek, described a native Egyptian who spent decades in desert solitude, battling demons and achieving mystical union with God. Antony spoke Egyptian, not Greek, representing the native Egyptian Christianity that would flourish in the 4th century. Pachomius, Cena 292-348, another Egyptian monk, founded the first Cenobitic communal monasteries in Upper Egypt. Pachomius organized monks into communities following written rules, creating a structured monastic life combining prayer, labor, and study. The monasteries Pachomius founded, eventually numbering thousands of monks and nuns across multiple communities, used Coptic as their primary language. Pachomius himself wrote in Coptic, composing rules, letters, and instructions for his monks. The rule of Pachomius, preserved in Sahidic Coptic, provides detailed regulations for monastic life, hours of prayer, manual labor assignments, food allotments, clothing specifications, governance structures, and spiritual disciplines. The language is practical and precise, using Coptic to create legal and administrative discourse for a new form of Christian community. Terms for monastic offices, liturgical times, and spiritual practices entered Coptic vocabulary, enriching the language's semantic range. Shenut of Atrib c. 348 to 465 represents the apex of classical Coptic literature. Abbot of the White Monastery near Sohag in Upper Egypt for over half a century, Shenut was a fierce defender of Coptic Christianity against paganism, heresy, and wealthy landowners who oppressed peasants. His voluminous writings, sermons, letters, monastic rules, and polemical treatises demonstrate Coptic's full maturation as a literary language capable of sophisticated rhetorical and theological expression. Shenut's Coptic style is unmistakable, passionate, eloquent, often angry, deploying vivid imagery and devastating invective. He denounced wealthy pagans who maintained traditional temples. They sacrificed to cats and pigs and other unclean things of the earth. He attacked heretics. They are dogs returning to their vomit. He defended the poor. God has said through the prophet, "I hate and reject your festivals because you have oppressed those weaker than you." His rhetoric combined biblical allusion, logical argument, emotional appeal, and personal authority. One of Shenut's sermons attacks wealthy Christians who exploit the poor. "You have taken the houses of the poor and made them your own. You have stolen their fields. You have pressed upon their necks until they had nothing left. And then you come to church dressed in fine linen, bearing offerings of bread and wine, saying, 'We give to God what is God's.' But God says to you, 'I do not need your gifts. Your sacrifices are an abomination to me as long as you oppress the widow and the orphan.'" The rhetorical power, the prophetic voice, the moral clarity, all expressed in Sahidic Coptic of the highest literary quality. Nute's grammatical construction show Coptic fully capable of complex sentence structures. He employs extended subordinate clauses, conditional periods, rhetorical questions, parallel constructions for emphasis, and syntactic variation for stylistic effect. His vocabulary ranges from colloquial expressions to elevated terminology, from concrete agricultural metaphors to abstract theological concepts. Shenut proved that Coptic could serve as a vehicle for sophisticated intellectual and spiritual discourse. The literary output of 4th and 5th century Coptic Egypt was astonishing in its volume and variety. Monastic libraries preserved extensive collections, biblical texts, patristic writings, hagiographies, lives of saints, martyrologies, theological treatises, canonical collections, liturgical texts, hymns, homilies, and apocalyptic literature. Coptic became a major Christian literary language alongside Greek, Latin, and Syriac, making distinctive contributions to Christian theology and spirituality. Coptic hagiography, stories of saints and martyrs, developed distinctive literary conventions. The life of Antony, though originally written in Greek, was quickly translated into Coptic and became a model for later hagiographies composed directly in Coptic. These texts follow narrative patterns. The saint's virtuous youth, withdrawal from the world, spiritual struggles, miracle working, and holy death. The language combines realistic details of Egyptian life with supernatural marvels, creating a distinctly Egyptian Christian mythology. The martyrdom of Victor narrates the torture and death of a Christian soldier under Diocletian. The text, composed in Coptic, provides vivid descriptions of persecution. They brought heated iron rods and burned his sides. They brought hooks of iron and tore his flesh. They brought wild animals and set them upon him. But the power of Christ was with him, and he felt no pain. The narrative serves both commemorative and didactic purposes, offering models of faithful endurance while validating the suffering of the Egyptian Christians. Coptic homilies, sermons attributed to famous preachers, formed another major literary genre. These texts expound scripture, explain doctrine, exhort to virtue, and warn against sin. The homily on the four living creatures by Pseudo-Macarius interprets the vision from Ezekiel, finding Christological and moral meanings in the text. The language is expository and didactic, showing Coptic's capacity for interpretive reasoning and theological argumentation. Coptic liturgical texts preserve the ritual language of Egyptian Christianity. The Coptic liturgy of St. Basil, still used in the Coptic Orthodox Church, contains ancient prayers, hymns, and anaphores, Eucharistic prayers, in classical Coptic. The language is elevated, rhythmic, designed for communal recitation. Liturgical Coptic employs parallelism, repetition, and formulaic expressions characteristic of ritual language across cultures. Many liturgical phrases preserve Greek words unchanged, reflecting the sacred status of original Greek liturgical formulas. Coptic hymnody developed distinctive forms. The Coptic Theotokia, hymns honouring Mary, the Mother of God, use complex strophic structures with elaborate metaphorical language. Hail to you, burning bush that Moses saw, bush burning with fire yet not consumed. You are the Mother of God, you carried fire in your womb, the fire that is Christ, yet were not burned. The imagery draws from biblical typology and Egyptian poetic tradition, creating a uniquely Coptic devotional literature. The Nag Hammadi Library, discovered in 45, revolutionized understanding of early Christianity and Coptic literature. Buried around 400 CE near Nag Hammadi in Upper Egypt, the 13 codices contain over 50 texts, mostly previously unknown. The texts are primarily Gnostic, representing a diverse Christian movement, emphasizing secret knowledge, gnosis, for salvation, but also include non-Gnostic wisdom literature and philosophical treatises. All are in Coptic, mostly Sahidic dialect, translated from Greek originals. The Gospel of Thomas, a collection of 114 sayings attributed to Jesus, challenges conventional gospel narratives. Some sayings parallel canonical gospels. Jesus said, "If you bring forth what is within you, what you have will save you. If you do not have that within you, what you do not have will kill you." Other sayings sound alien to Orthodox Christianity. Jesus said, "Whoever knows the all but fails to know himself lacks everything." The Coptic translation preserves these heterodox traditions, demonstrating that 4th century Egypt harboured diverse Christian interpretations. The Gospel of Truth, probably composed by Valentinus the Gnostic teacher, presents a mystical meditation on error, ignorance, and salvation through knowledge. The Coptic text is poetic and philosophical. Error grew powerful. It worked on its material substance vainly, not knowing the truth. It assumed a fashioned form while trying to prepare in beauty a substitute for truth. This is why error became angry at him and persecuted him. The abstract theological vocabulary, the sustained metaphorical development, the philosophical tone, all demonstrate Coptic's capacity for speculative thought. The Secret Book of John presents a Gnostic cosmology describing the creation of the world by an ignorant demiurge and the rescue of divine sparks trapped in matter. The Coptic text includes complex mythological narratives, detailed descriptions of divine emanations, and interpretations of Genesis. The translation required creating Coptic vocabulary for Gnostic concepts: eons, archons, demiurge, emanation, pleroma. These terms, mostly Greek loanwords, were integrated into Coptic grammatical structures to express elaborate theological systems. The Nag Hammadi texts prove that Coptic served as a medium not only for Orthodox Christianity, but for diverse religious and philosophical traditions. Coptic translated and preserved ideas that Greek-speaking church authorities condemned. The language carried Manichaean texts, Hermetic philosophy, and Jewish apocalyptic literature. Coptic's flexibility and accessibility made it the natural vehicle for Egyptian engagement with the religious ferment of late antiquity. Monastic scriptoria were the production centres for this literary explosion. Monasteries maintained libraries, trained scribes, copied manuscripts, and created new texts. The scribal work required literacy in both Coptic and Greek, since many texts were translations. Scribes developed standardized abbreviations, chapter divisions, and marginal notation systems. The physical manuscripts, codices, bound books rather than scrolls, represent technological innovation that Christianity brought to Egypt. The codex form, more practical for reference than scrolls, facilitated the spread of Christian literature. The relationship between Coptic and Greek in monastic contexts was complex. Greek retained prestige as the language of theology, philosophy, and international Christian discourse. Many Egyptian monks learned Greek to access patristic literature. Yet Coptic was the language of daily life, community governance, and much preaching. Bilingual manuscripts, with facing Coptic and Greek pages, allowed comparison and study. Some texts show code switching, inserting Greek phrases into Coptic discourse, or vice versa. Despite Christianity's Greek origins, Coptic Christianity developed distinctive Egyptian characteristics: the extreme asceticism of Egyptian monasticism, the emphasis on apocalyptic literature, the veneration of martyrs, and certain theological emphases reflected continuity with pharaonic religious sensibilities. Egyptian Christianity was not simply Greek Christianity in Egyptian language, but a culturally distinctive form of the faith, expressed through Coptic in ways that manifested Egypt's ancient spiritual heritage. The linguistic analysis of Coptic Christian texts reveals fascinating patterns. Coptic proved excellent for narrative, with verbal constructions that clearly mark temporal sequences and aspectual distinctions. The language handled direct speech naturally, using quotative formulas and shifting pronoun systems smoothly. Coptic's capacity for forming compounds and its flexible word order allowed effective emphasis and focus. The language could be concrete and vivid, or abstract and conceptual depending on genre and purpose. Certain grammatical constructions appear with high frequency in religious Coptic. The use of auxiliary verbs plus infinitives to express modality, ability, necessity, possibility, obligation, is extremely common. He can, he must, he should. Conditional constructions expressing hypothetical situations and their consequences appear frequently in moral exhortation. If you do X, then Y will result. Negative constructions, warning against sin, use emphatic negation patterns. Purpose clauses, explaining why actions are undertaken, appear regularly in narratives of divine providence. The vocabulary of Coptic Christian texts shows interesting patterns of semantic development. Ancient Egyptian religious vocabulary was sometimes repurposed with new Christian meanings. The Egyptian word ankh, life, came to mean eternal life in Christian contexts. The concept of K'e, vital force, in pharaonic religion influenced Christian Coptic understanding of pneuma, spirit. The Egyptian goddess Isis's titles, particularly Throne of God, transferred to Mary in Coptic Christian hymns. These continuities suggest deeper cultural persistence despite religious transformation. By the end of the 5th century, Coptic literature had achieved full maturity. The language possessed an extensive religious vocabulary, established literary conventions across multiple genres, standardized grammatical norms, and a body of canonical texts. Coptic was no longer simply the vernacular speech of Egyptian Christians, but a cultivated literary language with its own classical period. This linguistic and literary florescence occurred during political and religious turmoil as theological controversies divided Egyptian Christianity from the Byzantine Imperial Church, setting the stage for the dramatic transformations that would follow. The year 394 CE marks a symbolic death in Egyptian civilization, the carving of the last hieroglyphic inscription. On August 24th, at the Temple of Isis on the island of Philae in far southern Egypt, a priest named Nesmiterakem etched a prayer into stone. The inscription, brief and formulaic, requests offerings for a deceased colleague. The hieroglyphs were carved in traditional style, following conventions established 3,000 years earlier. Nothing in the inscription suggests its historical significance as the final breath of a script that had served Egyptian civilization since before the pyramids. Philae's geographical position, beyond the traditional borders of Egypt in Nubia, partly explains why hieroglyphic tradition survived there longest. The temple complex dedicated to Isis maintained active worship well into the Christian era despite official proscription of pagan religion. The isolation of Philae, the devotion of the local population, and perhaps sympathetic or bribed Roman authorities allowed the temple to function after similar institutions in northern Egypt had closed. The closure of Egyptian temples followed decades of mounting pressure from Christian authorities. Constantine's conversion in 312 CE and subsequent imperial favour for Christianity transformed the religious landscape of the Roman Empire. Yet temples continued functioning, particularly in Egypt where traditional religion retained strong popular support. The Emperor Julian, 361 to 363, briefly reversed Christian ascendancy, reopening temples and attempting to restore traditional worship. His short reign demonstrated that paganism retained vitality, especially in rural areas. The decisive blow came from Emperor Theodosius III, who issued a series of decrees between 389 and 392 CE prohibiting pagan worship throughout the empire. The Theodosian decrees ordered closure of temples, banned sacrifices, and ended public celebration of traditional festivals. In Alexandria, Christian mobs destroyed the Serapeum, the magnificent temple of Serapis, in 391 CE, burning its library and desecrating its statuary. Similar destruction occurred across Egypt as Christian authorities, often supported by enthusiastic monastic communities, attacked symbols of the old religion. The process was violent and traumatic. Temples that had stood for centuries were converted to churches, their walls defaced, their statues shattered. Priestly families who had maintained religious traditions for generations faced persecution. Libraries containing millennia of accumulated knowledge were dispersed or destroyed. The continuity of religious practice extending back to pharaonic times was forcibly severed. For Egyptians attached to traditional religion, this was catastrophe, the end of their world. Yet resistance persisted. Philae, far from imperial centres of power, maintained traditional worship into the 5th century. The priests of Isis continued their rituals, maintained the sacred spaces, and crucially continued writing hieroglyphs. A treaty between the Blemmyes, a Nubian people who worshipped Isis, and the Roman governor in the 450s explicitly protected the Temple of Philae, allowing annual festivals to continue. This negotiated tolerance allowed traditional Egyptian religion a final refuge. The last hieroglyphic inscription of 394 CE represents the end not merely of a script, but of an entire cultural system. Hieroglyphic writing was never purely instrumental, never simply a tool for recording information. The Egyptians understood hieroglyphs as divine words created by Thoth, possessing inherent power. To write a god's name in hieroglyphs was to invoke divine presence. To inscribe spells was to activate magical force. The script and the religion were inseparable. The grammatical form of late hieroglyphic texts reflects the conservative nature of Egyptian religious tradition. Inscriptions from Ptolemaic and Roman period temples deliberately employ archaic language, imitating texts from pharaonic periods. Priests consulted ancient sources, copying vocabulary and grammatical constructions from sacred texts to maintain linguistic connection with the past. This archaising tendency meant that hieroglyphic Egyptian of the Roman period often resembled Middle Egyptian from 2,000 years earlier more closely than it resembled contemporary spoken Egyptian. Yet close examination reveals that even archaic hieroglyphic texts show subtle influence from contemporary language. Syntactic patterns characteristic of Demotic occasionally appear in temple inscriptions. Vocabulary items from later stages of Egyptian creep into religious texts. The priests who composed these inscriptions were native speakers of late Egyptian or early Coptic. Their primary linguistic knowledge shaped even their most studied archaising efforts. The hieroglyphic texts of the late period thus represent a fascinating linguistic hybrid, intentionally archaic, yet unavoidably contemporary. The closure of temples meant the end of hieroglyphic scribal training. The transmission of this complex script had always depended on institutional support, temples and associated houses of life where priestly families trained their sons. The closing of these institutions broke the chain of transmission. Within a generation, no one retained the knowledge to read or write hieroglyphs. The script, which had served Egypt for 33 centuries, became extinct. The fate of hieratic, the cursive script derived from hieroglyphic and used primarily for religious texts, paralleled that of hieroglyphs. Hieratic survived slightly longer than monumental hieroglyphic, continuing in temple scriptoria and perhaps private religious practice into the early 5th century. The latest hieratic texts are ostraca, writing obotry fragments, from temple contexts dated to the late 4th or early 5th century CE. Like hieroglyphic, hieratic survival depended on temple institutions. Their closure meant its death. Demotic lasted longer because it served practical function beyond religion. Legal documents, business contracts, land records, and personal letters continued using Demotic script into the 5th century. The latest dated Demotic document is a papyrus from 452 CE, over half a century after the last hieroglyphic inscription. Yet even Demotic was dying, gradually displaced by Coptic. By the mid-5th century, Coptic had become the exclusive written form of Egyptian, completing the script's transformation. The psychological and cultural impact of this transition is difficult to overstate. Egyptians had used hieroglyphic writing for over 3 millennia, longer than any other writing system has been used continuously in human history. The script connected contemporary Egyptians to their most distant ancestors. Temple walls covered with hieroglyphs testified to continuity across ages. To lose this script was to lose visible connection with the past. The monuments remained, but they had become mute, impressive but incomprehensible. Yet language itself survived. The Egyptian tongue, in its Coptic form, continued as the spoken language of the majority population. Coptic preserved the linguistic heritage of pharaonic Egypt even as the traditional scripts died. The grammar, vocabulary, phonology, and morphology of ancient Egyptian lived on in Coptic. The language had changed form, adopted new script, borrowed Greek vocabulary, simplified certain grammatical patterns, but remained essentially Egyptian. The civilization's linguistic continuity persisted despite cultural rupture. The transition from temple religion to Christianity, from hieroglyphic to Coptic script, from pagan to Christian identity was not uniform or complete. Rural areas retained traditional practices longer than cities. Folk religion blended Egyptian and Christian elements. Magical texts combined invocations of Isis and Osiris with prayers to Christ and Mary. Amulets bore Christian symbols alongside pharaonic imagery. This syncretic religious culture suggests that for many Egyptians, the transformation was gradual rather than absolute. Some scholars argue that Coptic monasticism preserved elements of pharaonic religious sensibility. The desert monasteries, like ancient temple complexes, were sacred spaces withdrawn from the profane world. Monks, like priests, maintained ritual purity and devoted themselves to divine service. The monastic emphasis on sacred texts paralleled priestly scholarship. The authority of holy men in Coptic Christianity resembled the spiritual power attributed to priests in pharaonic religion. These structural similarities suggest cultural continuity beneath theological transformation. Certain Coptic Christian practices seem to preserve pharaonic customs. The veneration of saints resembles the cult of divine intermediaries in ancient religion. The importance of sacred images in Coptic churches, despite Christianity's general iconophobia, continues Egyptian visual religious traditions. The celebration of martyrs' feasts echoes festival calendars of pharaonic religion. The significance of pilgrimage to holy sites parallels ancient religious travel. These continuities were probably unconscious cultural patterns so deeply embedded that religious transformation could not erase them. The end of hieroglyphic writing and temple religion did not destroy Egyptian identity. Egyptian Christians, Copts, maintained strong ethnic consciousness, distinguishing themselves from Greek-speaking Christians in Alexandria and later from Arab Muslims. The Coptic language itself became a marker of Egyptian identity, preserving what made Egyptians distinct even after conversion to a religion of foreign origin. The assertion, "We are Egyptians," anon ne enramen kimi in Coptic, "We are people of Egypt," expressed continuity with pharaonic ancestors through language and land even as religion transformed. By the early 5th century, the transformation was substantially complete. Hieroglyphic and hieratic writing had vanished. Demotic was disappearing. Coptic had become the written standard. Christianity had displaced traditional religion as Egypt's dominant faith. Greek remained the language of imperial administration and high culture. Egypt existed in liminal space between its pharaonic past and an uncertain future, between ancient identity and new religious belonging, between linguistic continuity and cultural rupture. The priest Nesmetrochem, carving the last hieroglyphs at Philae in 394 CE, could not have known the significance of his act. For him, this was routine work, inscribing a standard prayer for a deceased colleague. The formulaic nature of the text suggests no awareness of epochal change. Yet his inscription marks a boundary in human history, the moment when humanity's longest-lived writing system fell silent. After Nesmitrochem, no one would carve hieroglyphs with understanding. The script would not be read again for 14 centuries until Jean-François Champollion, using knowledge of Coptic, would unlock its secrets. The Arab conquest of Egypt in 639–642 CE brought the most dramatic transformation in Egyptian linguistic history since the Persian conquest 1,000 years earlier. At this time, the change would be permanent and total. The coming of Arabic would gradually but inexorably displace Coptic as Egypt's dominant language, relegating the tongue of the pharaohs to ecclesiastical and eventually purely liturgical use. This displacement occurred over centuries through complex processes of political domination, economic pressure, social advantage, and cultural transformation. The conquest itself was swift. Arab Muslim armies, fresh from victories in Syria and Palestine, invaded Egypt in December 639 under the command of Amr ibn al-As. Egypt at this time was a province of the Byzantine Empire, weakened by the recent Persian occupation and religious conflict between the Chalcedonian Orthodox Church, supported by Constantinople, and the Coptic Miaphysite Church, representing most Egyptian Christians. Many Copts viewed the Byzantines as oppressive, heretics, and offered limited resistance to the Arab invaders. The fortress of Babylon in what is now Old Cairo fell after a 7-month siege in April 641. Alexandria, Egypt's greatest city and intellectual centre, surrendered in November 641 after negotiations. A brief Byzantine attempt at reconquest failed in 645, and Egypt became definitively part of the Islamic world. The conquest was not merely military, but marked the beginning of profound cultural, religious, and linguistic transformation that would remake Egypt's identity. Initially, Arabic's impact on daily Egyptian life was limited. The Arab conquerors numbered perhaps 15,000 soldiers plus their families, a tiny minority in a country of perhaps 8 million inhabitants. The Arabs established garrison cities, Amsar, rather than dispersing among the population. Fustat, founded near Babylon, became the Arab administrative centre. Copts continued speaking Coptic, practicing Christianity, and managing most aspects of local administration and economy. The early Arab governors relied heavily on Coptic bureaucrats who understood the complex systems of Egyptian taxation, land tenure, and agricultural production. Administrative documents from this transition period show bilingualism, Arabic and Coptic texts side by side, sometimes with Greek as well. These documents, tax receipts, land surveys, official correspondence, demonstrate how the Arab administration initially accommodated existing linguistic practices. The papyri from Aphrodito, a village in Upper Egypt, provide extraordinary evidence of this transition period. The village archives spanning the 7th and 8th centuries contain hundreds of documents in Greek, Coptic, and Arabic. The earliest Arabic documents are crude, full of errors, suggesting that Arabic literacy was not yet widespread even among administrators. Greek remained common for official communication. Coptic dominated local transactions and personal correspondence. One remarkable Aphrodito document from around 710 CE is a petition to the governor written in Coptic, but with an Arabic subscription, the governor's response. The petition complains about tax assessment, requesting relief from excessive demands. The document demonstrates several important points. Copts still use their language for formal communication with authorities. Arab officials could process Coptic documents through translators if necessary, and the bureaucratic apparatus remained substantially Coptic despite Arab political control. Yet forces favouring Arabization were powerful and would prove irresistible over time. Arabic was the language of the ruling elite, the military, and increasingly of economic opportunity. To advance in administration, one needed Arabic. To engage with the broader Islamic world, one needed Arabic. To participate in emerging commercial networks, one needed Arabic. The incentives for learning Arabic were strong, the advantages of maintaining Coptic increasingly limited. The fiscal system particularly drove Arabization. The Arabs gradually reformed taxation, imposing jizya, poll tax on non-Muslims, and kharaj, land tax. Understanding tax obligations, negotiating assessments, appealing decisions, all increasingly required Arabic literacy. Copts who learned Arabic gained significant advantages in dealing with authorities. Villages that produced Arabic literate administrators fared better than those that did not. Economic pressure thus encouraged linguistic shift long before explicit policies of Arabization. Conversion to Islam, though initially slow, created another mechanism of Arabization. The Quran is fundamentally linked to Arabic. Islamic theology holds that the Quran's Arabic text represents God's direct speech, untranslatable in principle. Muslims are expected to perform prayers in Arabic, recite Quranic verses in Arabic, and understand Arabic to access Islamic religious knowledge. Converting to Islam thus created strong motivation to learn Arabic, and conversion gradually increased as political, social, and economic advantages of Muslim identity became apparent. The pace of conversion and Arabization varied significantly by region and social class. Urban areas Arabized faster than rural regions. Lower Egypt, closer to Fustat, and more integrated into Mediterranean trade networks, Arabized faster than Upper Egypt. The elite, with more to gain from accommodation with Arab rulers, Arabized faster than peasants. Particular families and villages made different choices, creating patchwork linguistic geography. The Umayyad dynasty, 661–750 CE, ruling from Damascus, implemented policies that accelerated Arabization. The Caliph Abd al-Malik, 685–705, decreed that Arabic should replace Greek in government administration throughout the Islamic Empire. For Egypt, this meant that official documents, tax records, correspondence, and legal proceedings shifted definitively to Arabic. The decree was implemented gradually. Bureaucracies cannot instantly change languages, but the direction was set. The administrative Arabization required training Copts in Arabic, or replacing Coptic officials with Arabic-speaking Muslims. Both processes occurred. Some Coptic families maintained positions by becoming bilingual, producing generations who commanded both Coptic and Arabic. Others lost positions to Muslims or converts. The bureaucratic class, historically a bastion of Coptic linguistic maintenance, became increasingly Arabized. Coptic literary production continued vigorously through the 7th and into the 8th century, suggesting that despite political transformation, Coptic remained a vital literary language. Monastic scriptoria continued copying manuscripts. Hagiographies, homilies, and theological treatises were still composed in Coptic. The Coptic Church maintained Coptic as its liturgical language, ensuring continued relevance for religious functions. Yet subtle shifts appear in 7th and 8th century Coptic texts. Arabic loanwords enter the language, initially for terms associated with Islamic rule, administrative titles, tax terminology, legal concepts. The frequency of Greek loanwords also increases, perhaps because Greek served as a prestige language mediating between Coptic and Arabic. Some manuscripts show code switching, with Arabic phrases inserted into Coptic text for technical terms or official formulas. The Apocalypse of Pseudo-Athanasius, a Coptic text from the late 7th century, provides fascinating evidence of Coptic Christian response to Arab conquest. The text presents a prophetic vision of Egypt's suffering under foreign domination, but advises patience and faith. The sons of Ishmael will come, they will take Egypt by force, but do not be afraid, for their reign will not last long. The text reflects Coptic hope that Arab rule would be temporary, a divine punishment for sins that would eventually end. This hope would prove vain, but the text demonstrates that Coptic remained capable of sophisticated political and theological reflection. Linguistic analysis of 7th century Coptic shows the language under pressure. Grammatical constructions influenced by Arabic begin appearing, particularly in texts dealing with legal or administrative matters. The vocabulary expands to accommodate new realities, terms for Islamic institutions, Arabic personal names, administrative procedures. The language adapts to changed circumstances while maintaining its essential Egyptian character. The relationship between Copts and Arabs during the first century after conquest was complex and varied. Some Copts collaborated willingly with Arab rulers, finding Muslim governance preferable to Byzantine oppression. Others resisted, sometimes violently. The Bashmuric revolts of the 8th century in the Nile Delta represented Coptic resistance to Arab taxation and authority. These revolts were brutally suppressed, resulting in destruction of Coptic communities and an acceleration of Arabization in Delta regions. Conversely, Arabs gradually adapted to Egyptian conditions. Some Arab soldiers and administrators married Coptic women, creating bilingual families. Arabs adopted Egyptian agricultural techniques, administrative practices, and aspects of daily life. Arab settlements in Egypt developed distinctive character, blending Arabian and Egyptian cultural elements. Egypt changed the Arabs even as Arabs changed Egypt. The linguistic landscape of 8th century Egypt was multilingual and fluid. Arabic dominated official functions and military contexts. Coptic remained the language of most rural populations and continued as the language of Christian religious life. Greek persisted among educated elites and in some commercial contexts. Individual Egyptians might command multiple languages, Arabic for dealing with authorities, Coptic for family and local community, perhaps Greek for commerce or learning. This multilingualism was pragmatic, driven by the need to navigate a linguistically divided society. Yet the long-term trend was clear. Each generation, more Egyptians learned Arabic. Each generation, fewer Egyptians maintained Coptic as their primary language. Each generation, the social domains where Coptic functioned shrank. The process was gradual, spanning centuries, but its direction was irreversible. The language of the Pharaohs was beginning its long retreat toward extinction. The Abbasid Revolution of 750 CE, which overthrew the Umayyad dynasty and established a new caliphate centered in Baghdad, had profound implications for Egypt and its Coptic population. The Abbasids brought a different administrative culture, more bureaucratized and systematized, which accelerated the Arabization of Egyptian government. They also brought orthodox Sunni Islamic ideology that viewed non-Muslims with greater suspicion than the more pragmatic Umayyads. The 8th and 9th centuries witnessed increasing pressure on Coptic language and identity. Multiple mechanisms operated simultaneously: economic incentives to convert, social advantages of Muslim identity, administrative Arabization, and periodic persecution. These pressures gradually eroded the demographic and cultural foundations of Coptic linguistic maintenance. Taxation policy exemplified the pressures. The jizya, poll tax, imposed exclusively on non-Muslims, created direct financial incentive for conversion. For poor Copts, the tax burden could be crushing. Conversions often occurred for economic rather than spiritual reasons, a pragmatic choice to relieve tax pressure rather than conviction of Islamic truth. Yet regardless of motivation, conversion initiated Arabization. Muslim converts needed Arabic for prayer and Quranic recitation, and their children typically learned Arabic as their primary language. The Coptic rebellions of the 8th and 9th centuries reveal the tensions of this period and the continued vitality of Coptic identity. Major revolts occurred in 725, 726, 739, 750, 767, 787, and 829 to 832 CE. These uprisings, concentrated in the Delta region, protested taxation, religious persecution, and economic oppression. The revolts demonstrated that Copts had not passively accepted subordinate status, and that Coptic identity retained enough strength to motivate resistance. The largest rebellion in 829 to 832 during the reign of the Abbasid Caliph al-Ma'mun engulfed the Delta and briefly threatened Arab control. The rebels reportedly numbered in the tens of thousands, including both Christian Copts and Muslim converts who retained Coptic linguistic identity. The revolt's suppression was brutal, entire villages destroyed, populations massacred or enslaved, leaders crucified. The demographic impact was catastrophic for Coptic-speaking communities in Lower Egypt, accelerating Arabization in regions that had remained substantially Coptic. Yet even as rebellions failed and persecution increased, Coptic literary and intellectual life showed remarkable resilience. The 9th and 10th centuries produced significant Coptic theological and hagiographical literature. The Difnar, Antiphonarium, a collection of liturgical chants, was compiled in Coptic. Lives of saints continued to be composed. Biblical commentaries were written. Coptic remained a language of learning and literary production within Christian religious contexts. The letters of Bishop Pezentius of Coptos, 7th century, and other episcopal correspondence from this period reveal the administrative and pastoral use of Coptic within the Church. Bishops wrote to their clergy in Coptic, addressed theological controversies in Coptic, managed church property through Coptic documents, and instructed their flocks in Coptic homilies. The ecclesiastical infrastructure maintained Coptic as a functional administrative language, even as secular administration shifted to Arabic. Linguistic analysis of 8th and 9th century Coptic reveals accelerating Arabic influence. Loanwords proliferate beyond administrative and religious terminology into everyday vocabulary. Grammatical calcus appear, Coptic constructions modelled on Arabic syntax. Some texts show extensive code switching, alternating between Coptic and Arabic even within sentences. Bilingual manuscripts become common, with Coptic text accompanied by Arabic translation or annotation, suggesting readers needed Arabic glosses to understand Coptic. The phenomenon of Arabicized Copts, Christians who had adopted Arabic as their primary language while retaining Christian faith, became increasingly common. These Copts attended Arabic-speaking churches, read Arabic religious texts, and lived largely within Arabic linguistic culture. For them, Coptic might remain a sacred liturgical language, learned formulaically for religious purposes, but not a living medium of daily communication. The opposite phenomenon also occurred. Coptic-speaking Muslims, particularly in rural Upper Egypt where Coptic remained demographically dominant longer. These Muslims, converts from Christianity, retained Coptic as their primary language while practicing Islam. They performed prayers in Arabic but conducted daily life in Coptic. This situation created interesting linguistic dynamics, as Islamic religious vocabulary entered Coptic through these bilingual Muslim speakers. The geographic variation in language shift became pronounced. Lower Egypt, particularly the Delta and regions near Fustat, Arabized rapidly. Cairo, founded in 969 CE as the Fatimid capital, was predominantly Arabic-speaking from its establishment. But Upper Egypt, more isolated and more heavily Christian, retained Coptic longer. The region between Asyut and Akhmim in particular remained a Coptic linguistic stronghold well into the later Middle Ages. The accounts of Arab historians and geographers provide valuable external perspective on the linguistic change. Al-Jahiz, d. 768, an Arab writer, stated that most Egyptian peasants spoke a language, Coptic, unintelligible to Arabs. Ibn Abd al-Hakam, 803-871, writing a history of the conquest of Egypt, includes Coptic words and names with explanations, suggesting his 9th century Arabic readers would not recognize them. These accounts confirm that Coptic remained demographically significant through the 9th century. Al-Kindi, c. 801-873, an Arab Christian writer, composed apologetic works defending Christianity against Islamic polemics. Significantly, he wrote in Arabic, not Coptic, addressing Arab readers. This choice reveals the linguistic shift among educated Christians. Arabic had become the language of intellectual discourse even for non-Muslims. Christian theological and philosophical literature increasingly appeared in Arabic rather than Coptic. The adoption of Arabic by Christian writers did not immediately spell Coptic's doom. Just as Latin survived centuries after Romance vernaculars emerged, or Sanskrit persisted after Prakrit languages developed, Coptic could have survived as a learned language maintained by ecclesiastical and scholarly communities. But multiple factors prevented this. The small scale of Coptic literacy, the relatively weak institutional support for Coptic learning, and perhaps most importantly, the continued demographic decline of Christian population through conversion. Christian conversion to Islam, initially slow, accelerated during the Abbasid period. Estimates suggest Egypt may have been 80 to 90% Christian in 700 CE. By 900 CE, Christians probably represented 50-60% of the population. By 1000 CE, perhaps 40-50%. These demographic shifts directly impacted Coptic linguistic survival. Each convert potentially represented a family lineage lost to Coptic language. Each generation, the proportion of Arabic-speaking Christians increased, while the proportion of Coptic-speaking Christians decreased. The loss of Coptic as a first language among Christians had cascading effects. Parents who primarily spoke Arabic raised children in Arabic. These children might learn Coptic liturgical formulas by rote, but Coptic was not their mother tongue. They thought in Arabic, dreamed in Arabic, and when they became parents themselves, transmitted Arabic to their children. Within 3 or 4 generations of a family's Arabization, Coptic could vanish entirely from that lineage. Monastic communities represented the strongest resistance to linguistic shift. The great monasteries of Upper Egypt, the White Monastery of Chenut, the Monastery of St. Anthony, the Monastery of St. Paul, Kelia, Nitria, Cetis, maintained Coptic as their linguistic medium longer than any other institutions. Monks transcribed manuscripts, conducted liturgy, and communicated within their communities in Coptic. The monasteries became refuges where Coptic linguistic tradition could be preserved even as the surrounding countryside Arabized. Yet even monasteries felt pressure. Visitors speaking Arabic, economic dealings requiring Arabic, documentation, and recruitment of novices from increasingly Arabized populations meant that Arabic entered monastic life. Bilingual monks became common. Some monasteries adopted Arabic for administrative purposes while maintaining Coptic for liturgy. The line between preservation and relegation was subtle. Using Coptic only for sacred purposes suggested it was no longer a fully living language but a liturgical relic. Legal documents from this period show the progression of Arabization in documentary practice. Early Abbasid period documents might be written entirely in Coptic or show Coptic with Arabic subscription. Later documents reverse this: Arabic text with Coptic subscription or terminology. Eventually, Coptic disappears from legal documents entirely, replaced by Arabic. This documentary shift reflects not merely scribal practice but the linguistic competence of parties involved. Contracts were written in languages the parties understood. Marriage and inheritance documents particularly reveal linguistic change. Early documents record Coptic names, property descriptions using Coptic terms, and conditions expressed in Coptic legal formulas. Later documents Arabize names, sometimes merely transcribing Coptic names in Arabic script, use Arabic legal vocabulary and reflect Islamic rather than Coptic legal principles. The shift occurs gradually, over generations, but its direction is consistent. The taxation archives from monasteries provide crucial evidence of this administrative Arabization. Early tax receipts are bilingual, acknowledging payments in both Arabic and Coptic. Later receipts are Arabic only. The shift suggests that by the 10th century, Even rural monasteries conducted official business exclusively in Arabic. Tax collectors no longer accommodated Coptic, and recipients needed Arabic literacy to maintain records. Personal correspondence from Christian communities shows the most intimate aspect of linguistic shift. Letters between family members, friends, and business associates shift from primarily Coptic in the 7th and 8th centuries, through bilingual in the 9th and 10th centuries, to primarily Arabic by the 11th century. The language of personal relationship, the most conservative domain of language use, succumbed to Arabization, suggesting the shift was comprehensive rather than superficial. One poignant 9th century letter from a Coptic mother to her absent son shows the transition. The mother writes in Coptic, expressing concern for his welfare, asking him to return home, but including Arabic phrases for certain concepts and closing with an Arabic blessing. The linguistic mixture suggests she is bilingual, but Coptic remains her preferred language for intimate communication. Her son's reply, if it existed, might well have been in Arabic, illustrating generational language shift. The lexical evidence from late Coptic texts reveals massive Arabic influence. Technical terminology, abstract concepts, administrative, vocabulary, legal terms, commercial language, and even everyday objects increasingly bore Arabic names in Coptic texts. Coptic maintained its grammatical structure. The language remained morphologically and syntactically Coptic, but the vocabulary became heavily mixed. This heavy borrowing created an unstable linguistic situation where Coptic was becoming effectively a code-mix language. Scholars debate whether to classify late medieval Coptic texts as Coptic, Arabic, or a contact language. Some texts use Coptic grammatical frames with predominantly Arabic vocabulary. Others use Arabic syntax with Coptic vocabulary. The boundary between languages became blurred, suggesting that for many speakers, Coptic and Arabic formed a bilingual continuum rather than discrete systems. This linguistic situation typically presages language shift. The minority language loses domains of use, becomes lexically impoverished, and eventually disappears. Religious identity became the primary motivation for maintaining Coptic after the 9th century. Coptic was the language of Christian tradition, the voice of the saints, the medium of ancient liturgies. To abandon Coptic might seem tantamount to abandoning Christianity itself. Church leaders emphasize Coptic as essential to authentic Christian identity. Yet this ideological position could not overcome socio-economic pressures. Christians needed Arabic for daily survival. Ideological commitment to Coptic was not sufficient to maintain it as a living language. The Fatimid conquest of Egypt in 969 CE and establishment of Cairo as their capital created a new dynamic. The Fatimids, Ismaili Shiites, were more tolerant of religious diversity than the Sunni Abbasids. Copts experienced relative prosperity under early Fatimid rule, with some Christians achieving high administrative positions, yet this tolerance did not reverse Arabization. Indeed, it may have accelerated it by facilitating Christian integration into Arabic-speaking administrative and commercial networks without requiring conversion. By the end of the 10th century, Coptic status had dramatically changed. From the living language of Egypt's majority population in 700 CE, it had become a minority language, spoken primarily in rural Upper Egypt and maintained for liturgical purposes by the Christian Church. Most Egyptian Christians, particularly in urban areas and Lower Egypt, spoke Arabic as their native language. Coptic's retreat from daily life seemed irreversible. The question was no longer whether Coptic would survive as Egypt's language, but whether it would survive at all. The 11th through 14th centuries witnessed the final collapse of Coptic as a spoken community language. What had been, 3 centuries earlier, the majority language of Egypt became, by 1400 CE, essentially extinct as a mother tongue. This linguistic death occurred through cumulative processes, continued Christian conversion to Islam, Arabization of remaining Christian communities, destruction of Coptic villages during persecution, and the failure of institutional support for Coptic linguistic maintenance. The Fatimid period, 969 to 1171 CE, began with relative tolerance but ended with persecution. The Caliph al-Hakim, 996-1021, an erratic ruler who proclaimed his own divinity, persecuted Christians systematically. Churches were destroyed, conversion was coerced, distinctive Christian dress was mandated. Though al-Hakim's more extreme measures were reversed after his death, the persecution inflicted lasting demographic and psychological damage on Christian communities. The Crusades, 1095 to 1291 CE, created new pressures on Egyptian Christians. Muslim rulers suspected Copts of sympathizing with Crusaders, despite the fact that Egyptian Copts and European Crusaders followed different theological traditions and had minimal contact. Accusations of collaboration, whether justified or not, led to periodic persecutions. Christian communities, already declining, suffered additional losses through violence, forced conversion, and emigration. The Ayyubid dynasty, 1171 to 1250, founded by Saladin, and the subsequent Mamluk Sultanate, 1250 to 1517, maintained Islamic orthodoxy more strictly than the Fatimids. Dhimmi, non-Muslim, status became more clearly subordinate. Restrictions on church building, public worship, and Christian symbol display tightened. The cumulative effect was to make Christian identity more costly, encouraging conversion and Arabization. The Arab chronicler al-Makrizi, 1364 to 1442, provides crucial testimony about Coptic language in the 14th century. Writing in Arabic about Egyptian history and culture, al-Makrizi describes Coptic as the ancient language of Egypt and notes that in his time Coptic was barely understood even by the priests, except in a few villages in Upper Egypt. He describes the Coptic alphabet, provides vocabulary lists, and explains that Coptic was once the universal language of Egypt but had been replaced by Arabic. Al-Makrizi's account deserves careful consideration. Writing in the early 15th century, he suggests Coptic was already effectively dead as a spoken language. His claim that even priests barely understood it may be exaggerated. Evidence suggests some clergy maintained functional Coptic knowledge. But his general observation that Coptic had ceased to be widely spoken appears accurate. More significantly, al-Makrizi writes as though describing a dead language, a curiosity of the past rather than a living present. Another Arab author, Ibn al-Nadim, c. 935 to 995, writing 4 centuries earlier, had described Coptic differently. In his Fihrist, a catalogue of Arabic books, Ibn al-Nadim includes information about Egyptian Christians and their language. He notes that Egyptians have their own language called Coptic, written in letters derived from Greek. He describes different Coptic dialects and suggests that Coptic remains widely spoken, at least in rural areas. The contrast between Ibn al-Nadim's 10th century account and al-Makrizi's 14th century description measures the linguistic shift that occurred across those 4 centuries. Documentary evidence confirms the progression toward Coptic extinction. Bilingual Coptic Arabic texts become increasingly rare after 1000 CE. By 1200 CE, documentary Coptic is almost non-existent outside liturgical contexts. Legal contracts, personal letters, administrative records, all domains where Coptic had once been used, are now exclusively Arabic. The documentary extinction suggests that by 1200, Arabic had become the universal written language of Egyptian Christians. Manuscript production patterns reveal similar trends. Coptic manuscript copying continued in monasteries through the 13th century, but declined dramatically in the 14th. The manuscripts copied are almost exclusively liturgical, service books, biblical texts, saints' lives for public reading, educational texts, correspondence, theological treatises, and secular literature are no longer being produced in Coptic. This restriction to liturgical domains suggests Coptic had lost all functions except religious ceremony. Many late Coptic manuscripts include Arabic translations or glosses, indicating that copyists expected readers would need help understanding Coptic. Some manuscripts present Coptic and Arabic in parallel columns, allowing readers to follow the liturgy in both languages. Others provide Arabic annotations explaining Coptic terms. These translation apparatus indicates that Coptic was becoming incomprehensible even to educated Christians who needed to read it for religious purposes. The colophons, scribal notes, in late manuscripts provide testimony from copyists themselves. Many colophons are in Arabic, even in Coptic manuscripts, suggesting the scribe's primary language was Arabic. Scribes sometimes apologize for errors in their Coptic, explaining they lack adequate knowledge. One 14th century colophon states, "I have copied this with great effort, for the Coptic language is difficult and forgotten by most." Such statements reveal that Coptic literacy had become specialized knowledge requiring special effort rather than natural competence. The last native speakers of Coptic probably lived in isolated villages of Upper Egypt into the 17th century. Evidence for this comes from European travellers and missionaries who visited Egypt. Several 17th century accounts mention Egyptian Christians speaking a language other than Arabic, described as the Old Egyptian tongue or Coptic. These accounts suggest small speech communities had survived in remote locations, but the reports are fragmentary and difficult to verify. The Jesuit scholar Athanasius Kircher, 1602 to 1680, who studied Coptic intensively, corresponded with the Egyptian Christians seeking information about Coptic pronunciation and usage. Some of his Egyptian informants claimed knowledge of spoken Coptic, though whether this represented native competence, liturgical knowledge, or partial reconstruction is unclear. Kircher's work, discussed later, would prove crucial for preserving knowledge of Coptic and ultimately for deciphering hieroglyphics. The final death of Coptic as a mother tongue probably occurred in the 17th or 18th century. Exactly when the last native speaker died cannot be determined. There was no dramatic moment of extinction, no recorded final utterance. Rather, Coptic faded gradually in its last refuges, isolated villages where elderly speakers passed away without having transmitted their language to their children, who grew up speaking Arabic. What caused this linguistic death? Multiple factors combined. Demographic decline of the Christian population through conversion reduced the number of potential Coptic speakers. Economic and social advantages of Arabic encouraged even Christians to adopt it. Lack of institutional support meant Coptic was not taught systematically. The prestige of Arabic as a language of high culture and learning made Coptic seem provincial and backward. Political subordination reinforced linguistic subordination. Intergenerational transmission failure was the proximate cause of death. Languages survive when each generation transmits them to the next. When transmission fails, when children do not learn the language of their parents, the language dies within 1 or 2 generations. For Coptic, transmission failures accumulated across centuries. Individual families made decisions not to teach Coptic to their children, choosing instead to raise them in Arabic. These individual decisions, multiplied across thousands of families over multiple generations, resulted in extinction. The motivations for not transmitting Coptic are understandable. Parents naturally want their children to succeed. If success requires Arabic, rational parents teach their children Arabic. If speaking Coptic invites discrimination or limits opportunities, rational parents might avoid transmitting it. The tragedy is that each rational individual decision contributed to collective cultural loss. No single family's choice to adopt Arabic caused Coptic's death, but the accumulation of such choices across society resulted in extinction. Could Coptic have been saved? Theoretically, strong institutional support might have maintained Coptic longer. If the Coptic Church had required priests to achieve native-level Coptic fluency, established Coptic schools, created Coptic literature, and insisted on Coptic for all ecclesiastical functions, the language might have survived as a clerical language similar to Latin in medieval Europe. But the Coptic Church lacked resources, unity, and perhaps will to mount such an effort. Church leadership itself became Arabic-speaking, conducting most business in Arabic even as Coptic liturgy continued. The comparison with Hebrew is instructive. Hebrew ceased to be a spoken language in the early centuries CE, but survived as a liturgical and scholarly language maintained by Jewish communities. Hebrew's survival depended on the intensive religious education, sacred status of Hebrew texts, and strong communal institutions. Eventually, Zionism revived Hebrew as a spoken language in the 20th century. Coptic's fate was different. Lacking comparable institutional support and ideological investment, it died rather than persisting as a learned language. Some scholars argue that Coptic's death was inevitable given the political and cultural dominance of Arabic Islamic civilization. In this view, minority languages cannot survive under conditions of political subordination and cultural pressure from a powerful majority. Yet counterexamples exist. Minority languages that survive centuries of political domination through strong ethnic identity, institutional support, and favourable socio-economic niches. Coptic's death was not predetermined by political circumstances alone, but resulted from the specific intersection of multiple disadvantageous factors. The psychological impact on Egyptian Christians of losing their ancestral language is difficult to assess, but must have been profound. Language connects communities to their history, their ancestors, their sacred texts. To lose Coptic was to lose intimate connection with early Egyptian Christianity, with the saints who had spoken Coptic, with the liturgies composed in Coptic. The loss made Christians more dependent on Arabic cultural forms, potentially weakening distinctive Christian identity even as Christian faith persisted. Yet Arabic itself became in important ways a Christian as well as Muslim language in Egypt. Egyptian Christians developed their own Arabic literary tradition, theological works, biblical commentaries, saints' lives, apologetics, histories. Christian Arabic developed some distinctive features, vocabulary items, syntactic patterns, and stylistic conventions that marked it as specifically Christian. In this sense, Christians maintained linguistic distinctiveness through register variation within Arabic, rather than through separate language maintenance. The process of Coptic's death created a speech community without fluent speakers but with liturgical users. By the 14th century, most priests and lay Christians could not speak Coptic conversationally, yet they continued using it liturgically, reciting memorized prayers and hymns in a language they understood imperfectly, if at all. This situation, liturgical use without native competence, characterizes Coptic's status for the past 6 centuries. The analogy to Latin in the Catholic Church is imperfect but illuminating. Latin ceased to be anyone's native language in medieval Europe, but persisted as the Church's liturgical language for centuries. Priests learned Latin formulas and could read Latin texts without necessarily achieving conversational fluency. Congregations heard Latin liturgy without understanding it word by word, but found meaning in ritual familiarity and theological interpretation. Coptic's liturgical persistence followed a similar pattern, though on a smaller scale and in a more linguistically hostile environment. The tragedy of Coptic's death extends beyond the Egyptian Christian community. The language represented the final form of ancient Egyptian, carrying within its structure and vocabulary the linguistic heritage of pharaonic civilization. With Coptic's death as a spoken language, that direct living connection ended. The ancient Egyptian language, perhaps the longest-lived language in human history, documented continuously for over 4,000 years, fell silent. What remained was memory, preserved in manuscripts, liturgies, and the determined efforts of scholars to maintain knowledge of what had been lost. When Coptic ceased to be a living spoken language, it did not die completely. Instead, it retreated into the one domain where it remained essential, the liturgy of the Coptic Orthodox Church. This liturgical survival, though representing a drastic reduction in function from earlier periods, proved crucial for preserving the language through centuries when it otherwise might have been completely forgotten. The sacred context gave Coptic purpose, authority, and institutional support that sustained it through difficult centuries. The Coptic liturgy, which had developed over more than a millennium, represented one of Christianity's most ancient and conservative liturgical traditions. The prayers, hymns, and ritual formulas had been composed in Coptic during the 4th through 10th centuries, preserving theological insights, poetic expression, and ritual practices from early Egyptian Christianity. To abandon Coptic liturgy would have meant abandoning this heritage and potentially disconnecting Egyptian Christians from their ecclesiastical roots. The Liturgy of St. Basil, the principal Eucharistic service of the Coptic Church, contains prayers whose Coptic formulations date to the 4th or 5th century. The anaphora, the central Eucharistic prayer, uses Coptic phrasing that had been recited continuously for over 1,000 years. When priests intoned Amen, Amen, truly, truly, they used the same words that 4th century Egyptian monks had chanted. This liturgical continuity created tangible connection to early Christianity, making the ancient language sacred in a way that transcended ordinary communication. The musical dimension of Coptic liturgy provided another mechanism of preservation. Coptic hymns, particularly the Theotokia, hymns to Mary, and seasonal hymns, were sung according to traditional melodies transmitted orally through generations of cantors. The music and words formed inseparable units. Changing the language would require abandoning the traditional melodies. This musical linguistic integration gave Coptic additional protection against displacement by Arabic. The system of cantors, mu'allimin, became crucial for transmitting liturgical Coptic. These specialists, trained from childhood in the traditional chants, memorized vast repertoires of hymns, responses, and prayers. The cantors learned not only the words, but the proper pronunciation, musical phrasing, and ritual context. They became living repositories of liturgical tradition, and their training created an institutional mechanism for preserving Coptic knowledge across generations. Yet the liturgical preservation of Coptic created unique problems. Priests and cantors needed to memorize and recite Coptic texts without necessarily understanding them fully. Learning became rote rather than communicative, memorizing sound patterns without always grasping semantic content. This disconnection between form and meaning made transmission more difficult. Without understanding what they were saying, learners could not generate new utterances or adapt the language to new contexts. Coptic became frozen, fixed in traditional formulas. Arabic increasingly supplemented Coptic in liturgical contexts. By the 14th century, portions of the liturgy were regularly performed in Arabic, particularly readings from scripture and homilies. The Eucharistic liturgy itself might begin in Coptic but shift to Arabic for portions requiring congregational understanding. This bilingual liturgy served practical needs. Congregations could not understand Coptic, but it also represented compromise with linguistic reality. The theological rationale for maintaining Coptic liturgy emphasized continuity with the tradition and connection to the saints. Church authorities argued that Coptic was the language of Antony, Pachomius, Shenute, and the martyrs. Using their language in worship maintained spiritual connection with these holy figures. Additionally, the Coptic liturgy had been sanctified by centuries of use. Changing it might compromise its spiritual efficacy. These conservative arguments proved persuasive enough to maintain Coptic liturgically even as practical arguments favoured Arabic. Manuscript production during this period focused almost exclusively on liturgical texts. Monasteries and wealthy patrons commissioned service books, biblical lectionaries, psalteries, and hymn collections. These manuscripts were often bilingual, presenting Coptic text with facing Arabic translation or interlinear Arabic glosses. The bilingual format served practical needs but also preserved the Coptic original as the authoritative sacred text with Arabic as mere translation. The physical form of liturgical manuscripts reveals much about their use. Many show heavy wear staining from candle wax and marginal annotations, indicating active liturgical use rather than mere preservation. Scribal corrections appear where copyists fixed errors or updated pronunciations. Musical notation using Coptic letters with superscript marks indicates melodic patterns. These manuscripts were working documents used repeatedly in worship, showing that Coptic liturgy remained a living practice even as the language died elsewhere. The monastery of St. Macarius in Setis, Wadi al-Natrun, and other major monastic centres became crucial for preserving Coptic tradition. These monasteries maintained schools where novice monks learned to read liturgical Coptic. The training was demanding, requiring memorization of extensive liturgical texts, learning specialised Coptic vocabulary, and mastering pronunciation according to traditional standards. Monasteries that successfully maintained these educational programs preserved Coptic knowledge that would otherwise have been lost. The figure of Father Abd al-Masih al-Makari, 1789 to 1848, though from a later period, exemplifies the monastic role in preserving Coptic. A monk of the monastery of St. Macarius, he devoted himself to copying Coptic manuscripts and teaching liturgical Coptic to younger monks. His manuscripts, carefully executed and annotated, preserved texts that might otherwise have disappeared. His teaching created a generation of monastics capable of continuing Coptic liturgical tradition. Such individuals, working within monastic institutions, form the chain of transmission that maintained Coptic through its darkest centuries. Liturgical pronunciation became a problem during this period. Without native speakers to provide models, how should Coptic be pronounced? Different traditions developed in different regions and monasteries. The pronunciation of certain letters, the quality of vowels, the stress patterns, all became matters of tradition rather than natural linguistic competence. These pronunciation variations would later create controversies and continue to divide the Coptic community today. The Baharic dialect gradually displaced Sahidic as the standard liturgical language during this period. Baharic, the dialect of Lower Egypt and particularly Alexandria, gained prestige through association with the patriarchal see. By the 15th century, most liturgical manuscripts were being copied in Baharic, even when they represented translations or adaptations of older Sahidic texts. This shift toward Baharic standardization meant that other Coptic dialects became increasingly obscure, known only to specialists studying old manuscripts. The standardization on Baharic had complex effects. On one hand, it simplified liturgical training by reducing dialectal variation. Priests needed to learn only one form of Coptic rather than multiple dialects. On the other hand, it meant that the classical Coptic literature of the 4th through 8th centuries, mostly in Sahidic, became less accessible. The Coptic Church effectively maintained one dialect while allowing others to be forgotten. Theological and hagiographical literature continued to be produced, but now in Arabic rather than Coptic. The Synaxarium, a collection of saints' lives organized according to the liturgical calendar, existed in Coptic versions but was expanded and updated in Arabic. The writings of the Coptic patriarchs, once composed in Coptic, now appeared in Arabic. Theological treatises, biblical commentaries, and spiritual guides, all the intellectual production of the Church shifted to Arabic. Coptic retained liturgical function, but lost its role as a language of theological discourse and literary creation. The relationship between Coptic and Arabic in ecclesiastical contexts reflected complex socio-linguistic dynamics. Arabic was the language of life, administration, education, and increasingly of personal piety. Coptic was the language of formal liturgy, sacred texts, and connection to tradition. An educated Coptic Christian might read theological works in Arabic, write letters in Arabic, and conduct all intellectual activity in Arabic, yet insist on Coptic for liturgy. This functional distribution, Arabic for thought, Coptic for ritual, could be maintained indefinitely without requiring active Coptic linguistic competence beyond memorized formulas. Yet even this restricted liturgical domain faced pressures. Some Christians, particularly converts from Islam or those from heavily Arabized families, found Coptic liturgy alienating and incomprehensible. They advocated for expanded Arabic usage in worship, arguing that congregations should understand what they are praying. This tension between traditionalists defending Coptic liturgy and reformers favouring Arabic accessibility created recurring controversies within the Coptic Church. The patriarchs of this period generally supported maintaining Coptic liturgy while allowing increased Arabic supplementation. This moderate position balanced tradition with practicality. Total Arabization of the liturgy might have severed connection with early Egyptian Christianity and diminished distinctive Coptic identity. Complete insistence on Coptic-only liturgy would have rendered worship incomprehensible to congregations. The compromise, Coptic maintained for core liturgical formulas with Arabic for variable elements and instructional portions, proved sustainable across centuries. The liturgical calendar of the Coptic Church, with its distinctive commemorations and feast days, reinforced Coptic identity even as the language declined. The calendar organized time according to specifically Coptic Christian rhythms rather than Islamic patterns. Saints' days commemorated Egyptian martyrs and monastics. The calendar itself bore Coptic month names derived from ancient Egyptian: Thout, Paupi, Hathor, Khoiak, maintaining linguistic connection to pharaonic past through the Christian present. These Coptic month names, still used liturgically, provided one of the few contexts where ancient Egyptian vocabulary remained in active use. The Fast of Jonah, the Fast of the Nativity, the Great Fast, Lent, and other Coptic fasting periods followed rules and customs distinctive to the Coptic Church. These practices, explained and regulated through church literature in Arabic, nonetheless maintained connection to Coptic tradition. The fasting practices themselves, though now discussed in Arabic, derive from monastic rules originally formulated in Coptic and represented continuity with early Egyptian Christian ascetic practice. The churches themselves, architectural spaces designed for Coptic liturgy, preserved traditional arrangements even as the language declined. The iconostasis separating sanctuary from nave, the Heikal sanctuary containing the altar, the baptistry, the arrangement for processions, all these architectural features reflected liturgical practices that had developed during the Coptic-speaking period. The buildings thus embodied Coptic tradition in physical form, creating continuity independent of linguistic competence. Iconography, the religious art of the Coptic Church, maintained distinctive styles inherited from late antique Egypt. Coptic icons employed artistic conventions developed when Coptic was a living language: frontal presentation of figures, hieratic scale showing relative importance, symbolic use of colour, incorporation of Coptic inscriptions identifying saints and biblical scenes. Even when artists wrote inscriptions in Arabic, the artistic style remained distinctively Coptic, maintaining visual cultural identity that complemented linguistic identity. The production of liturgical vestments, vessels, and implements followed traditional patterns. The priestly vestments, the badrashil, stole, the burnous, cope, the tailorson, cape, bore designs incorporating Coptic crosses and textiles patterns descended from late antique Egyptian weaving traditions. The fans used in liturgical processions, called rapidia, bore Coptic inscriptions and iconography. The chalices and paedons used for Eucharist followed traditional forms. These material objects embodied Coptic tradition in tangible form, reinforcing cultural continuity. The education of priests included instruction in basic Coptic reading, liturgical pronunciation, and understanding of key liturgical terms. The level of competence varied dramatically between well-trained priests from major centres and poorly trained village priests. A priest from an Alexandrian church might achieve functional reading ability in Coptic and understand the liturgy reasonably well. A village priest might barely be able to pronounce the Coptic prayers, mechanically reciting sounds without comprehension. This variation in clerical competence created problems for standardization and transmission of correct tradition. The concept of correct Coptic pronunciation became contentious in the absence of native speakers. Different teachers advocated different pronunciation systems, each claiming to preserve authentic tradition. The Old Baharic pronunciation, used in Upper Egypt, differed from the Reformed Baharic pronunciation, advocated by certain scholars. These disputes might seem pedantic. Who could authoritatively determine correct pronunciation of a dead language? But they mattered for liturgical practice and claims to authentic tradition. The spirituality of repetitive liturgical prayer in incomprehensible language deserves consideration. For Christians attending Coptic liturgy without understanding the language, what religious meaning did the experience hold? Anthropological and phenomenological studies of sacred language use suggest multiple meanings. The unfamiliarity itself creates sense of mystery and transcendence. The traditional sounds connect participants to ancestors and saints who use the same words. The musical beauty of chanted prayers produces aesthetic and emotional responses, and the familiar ritual structure provides comfort and communal identity regardless of semantic understanding. Moreover, congregations were not entirely ignorant of liturgical Coptic. Frequently repeated phrases, Lord have mercy, Kyrie eleison, borrowed from Greek, Amen, Amen, Holy, Agios, became familiar even to those who couldn't speak Coptic. The overall structure and meaning of the liturgy was known through catechetical instruction in Arabic. Regular attenders internalized the liturgical flow, knowing what came next even without understanding every word. This partial competence created sufficient connection to maintain liturgical Coptic as meaningful rather than merely alien. The period from the 14th through 17th centuries represented Coptic's nadir. The language survived, but barely. It had retreated to the narrowest functional domain, liturgical recitation. It was maintained by small cadres of specialists, cantors, educated priests, scholarly monks, who preserved knowledge that the broader community no longer shared. Yet this narrow survival proved sufficient. The liturgical refuge, however restricted, kept Coptic alive through centuries when it might otherwise have been completely lost. When European scholars rediscovered Coptic in the 17th century, they found a language that still functioned, however limitedly, rather than one that had disappeared entirely. This survival, achieved through liturgical preservation, would prove crucial for Coptic's future and, remarkably, for unlocking the secrets of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. The 17th century witnessed a remarkable development. European scholars, driven by curiosity about ancient Egypt and early Christianity, began serious study of the Coptic language. This scholarly attention came from outside of the Coptic community itself, representing the first sustained non-native interest in Coptic since ancient times. European Orientalism, though often motivated by problematic colonialist and religious agendas, nevertheless preserved and systematized knowledge of Coptic that might otherwise have been lost. The pioneering figure in European Coptic studies was Athanasius Kircher, 1602 to 1680, a German Jesuit polymath working in Rome. Kircher became fascinated with ancient Egypt and convinced that Coptic held the key to understanding hieroglyphics. He corresponded with Egyptian Christians, obtained Coptic manuscripts, and published grammars and dictionaries of Coptic. Though many of his conclusions about hieroglyphics proved wrong, he believed hieroglyphs were purely symbolic rather than phonetic. His work on Coptic itself was valuable. Kircher's Lingua Egyptiaca Restituta, the Egyptian language restored, published in 1643, represented the first comprehensive European treatment of Coptic grammar. Kircher analysed Coptic morphology, described the verbal system, explained the noun phrase structure, and provided extensive vocabulary lists. He recognised that Coptic preserved the ancient Egyptian language, writing that the Coptic language is nothing other than the ancient Egyptian language. This insight, though not original to Kircher, gained authority through his scholarly prestige and wide dissemination of his works. Kircher obtained information about Coptic pronunciation and usage from Egyptian Christian informants, particularly from Syrian and Ethiopian Christians who had contact with the Coptic community. His descriptions of pronunciation, though filtered through European phonetic perceptions and Latin orthographic conventions, preserve valuable testimony about 17th century Coptic pronunciation traditions. Kircher's work made Coptic accessible to European scholars who could not travel to Egypt or access manuscripts directly. The motivations behind European interest in Coptic were multiple. Religious scholars wanted to study early Christian texts in their original languages. Biblical scholars hoped Coptic might illuminate New Testament Greek or Hebrew Bible translation. Egyptologists, though that term didn't yet exist, sought to understand ancient Egyptian civilization. Linguists were curious about this exotic language. Collectors desired rare manuscripts. These varied motivations created a scholarly market for Coptic knowledge and manuscripts. The collection of Coptic manuscripts by European libraries and museums began in earnest during this period. The Vatican Library, already possessing some Coptic manuscripts, expanded its collection. The Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris acquired Coptic texts. Oxford and Cambridge universities obtained manuscripts. Wealthy collectors purchased codices through antiquities dealers. This collecting preserved many manuscripts that might otherwise have been lost, but also removed them from Egypt and the Coptic community that had created and maintained them. The ethics of this manuscript collecting are troubling from contemporary perspectives. European collectors exploited Egypt's political weakness and the Coptic community's poverty to acquire manuscripts for minimal payment. They removed texts from their cultural context and liturgical use. They treated manuscripts as scientific specimens or collector's items rather than sacred objects. Yet this problematic collecting also preserved texts that faced real threats. Deterioration from poor storage conditions, destruction during intercommunal violence, or loss through simple neglect. European scholars developed systematic methods for studying Coptic that differed from traditional Coptic learning. Rather than memorizing liturgical texts for recitation, European scholars analyzed grammar, compared dialects, traced linguistic evolution, and connected Coptic to other Afroasiatic languages. This scientific approach generated insights that traditional practitioners had not developed, but also risked reducing living tradition to academic specimen. The recognition that Coptic preserved ancient Egyptian was momentous. Greek and Roman writers had mentioned that Egyptians spoke their own language, but the connection between ancient Egyptian and Coptic was not obvious. The scripts were completely different. Hieroglyphic versus Greco-Coptic alphabetic. The vocabulary showed massive Greek borrowing. Yet careful analysis revealed that Coptic grammar followed Egyptian rather than Greek patterns. Core vocabulary was Egyptian. The sound system showed continuities with reconstructed ancient Egyptian phonology. The French scholar Guillaume Bonjour published a Coptic grammar in 1677 that improved on Kircher's work. Bonjour had travelled to Egypt and studied with Coptic priests, gaining first-hand knowledge of liturgical practice and pronunciation. His grammar provided more accurate descriptions of Coptic morphology and syntax. Bonjour recognised dialectal variation in Coptic, though he lacked manuscripts to study most dialects systematically. The early 18th century saw publication of critical editions of Coptic texts. The biblical text particularly interested scholars who wanted to establish accurate Coptic versions of Scripture. These editions collated manuscripts, identified variants, and attempted to reconstruct original readings. The editorial work required sophisticated linguistic knowledge and paleographic skills. The resulting publications made Coptic text accessible to scholars worldwide who lacked access to manuscripts. Henry Tatham, 1789 to 1868, a British clergyman and Orientalist, visited Egypt in the 1830s and 1840s, acquiring hundreds of Coptic manuscripts for European libraries. Tatham learned to read Coptic fluently and published grammars and lexicons that became standard references. His Lexicon Egyptiacum, 1835, provided the most comprehensive Coptic dictionary to that date. Tatham's work demonstrated that European scholars had achieved technical mastery of Coptic rivaling or exceeding that of most contemporary Coptic clergy. The paradox of European scholars becoming the world's leading experts on Coptic, while the language's own community possessed declining knowledge, reveals the problematic dynamics of Orientalism. European scholars had leisure, resources, comparative linguistic knowledge, and access to manuscript collections that Egyptian Copts lacked. Europeans studied Coptic as an intellectual puzzle. Copts used it as sacred ritual. The different relationships to the language produced different kinds of knowledge, with Europeans eventually becoming authorities on a language not their own. Napoleon's invasion of Egypt in 1798 brought new intensity to European engagement with Egyptian antiquity. Napoleon brought with him a corps of 167 scholars, the Commission des Sciences et des Arts, to study Egypt systematically. These scholars documented monuments, collected artifacts, studied language and customs, and produced the monumental Description de l'Égypte. The Napoleonic expedition marked the beginning of modern Egyptology as a systematic discipline. Jean-François Champollion, 1832, emerged from this milieu to become the most important figure in both Egyptology and Coptic studies. Champollion recognized early that Coptic knowledge was essential for understanding hieroglyphics. He devoted years to mastering Coptic, achieving reading fluency in multiple dialects, studying Coptic grammar in depth, and memorizing extensive vocabulary. This deep knowledge of Coptic would prove crucial for his eventual decipherment of hieroglyphics. Champollion's path to Coptic began in his teenage years. He obtained Coptic grammars and dictionaries, taught himself to read the script, and soon progressed to reading Coptic texts. By age 16, he could read the Coptic fluently. He wrote in his diary, "I want to know Egypt as well as one knows one's own quarter of Paris. In my dreams, I am Egyptian. I respond to questions in Coptic. I live exclusively with the people of the past 3,000 or 4,000 years." This total immersion in Egyptian language and culture prepared him for the breakthrough that would come. Champollion's notebooks, preserved in French archives, show extensive Coptic study, grammatical analysis, vocabulary lists organized by root and semantic field, comparisons between Coptic dialects, and attempts to connect Coptic words with hieroglyphic signs. He recognized that Coptic preserved Egyptian grammatical structures and could provide clues to understanding hieroglyphic grammar. He compiled comparative word lists, showing relationships between Coptic vocabulary and words from older forms of Egyptian, preserved in bilingual Greek-Egyptian texts. The scholarly method Champollion developed, using Coptic as the key to ancient Egyptian, would prove revolutionary. Earlier scholars had assumed hieroglyphics were purely symbolic, each sign representing an idea rather than sounds. This assumption made decipherment impossible. Champollion's Coptic knowledge allowed him to approach hieroglyphics with different assumptions. Perhaps some signs were phonetic, representing sounds from the Egyptian language he knew through Coptic. The broader European scholarly community developed extensive Coptic studies during this period. German, French, English, and Italian scholars published grammars, dictionaries, text editions, and linguistic analyses. Academic journals carried articles on Coptic philology. Universities established positions in Coptic and Egyptian studies. The accumulation of European scholarship on Coptic created sophisticated understanding of the language's structure, history, and relationship to ancient Egyptian. Yet this European scholarly attention to Coptic occurred simultaneously with the language's continuing decline within Egypt itself. While European scholars studied Coptic intensively, fewer Coptic Egyptian possessed even basic reading ability. The disconnect was remarkable. The language was being preserved and analysed in European libraries while dying in its homeland. This colonial pattern, metropolitan centres accumulating knowledge about colonised peoples while those peoples lost access to their own heritage, exemplifies the troubling dynamics of Orientalism. Some European scholars maintained respectful relationships with the Coptic community. They consulted with Coptic priests about pronunciation and usage, acknowledged their informants, and supported Coptic institutions. Others were exploitative, treating Copts as mere sources of manuscripts and information, without respecting their religious commitments or cultural dignity. The variation in European scholarly attitudes mirrors broader patterns of colonial encounter. Some Europeans approached other cultures with respect, many did not. The publication of Coptic texts in European editions made these texts more accessible to scholars but less accessible to Copts themselves. Egyptian Christians facing poverty and limited education could rarely afford expensive European publications. The manuscripts collected by European libraries were physically removed from Egypt, making them unavailable for liturgical use or study by Copts. Knowledge of Coptic heritage thus became concentrated in European institutions rather than Egyptian communities, a form of cultural appropriation that continues to generate resentment. By the 19th century, European scholars had achieved remarkable understanding of Coptic. They had described its grammar comprehensively, compiled extensive dictionaries, identified dialectal variations, traced its evolution from earlier Egyptian, and connected it to the broader Afro-Asiatic language family. This scholarly achievement represented genuine intellectual advancement. Yet it occurred in context of colonial power dynamics that cannot be ignored. Europeans studying the language of colonized people, extracting cultural heritage from Egypt to European museums and libraries, and positioning themselves as authorities on a civilization not their own. The Coptic community itself responded variously to European scholarly interest. Some Coptic clergy welcomed European attention, seeing it as validation of Coptic heritage and potential support for preserving tradition. They cooperated with European scholars, provided manuscripts, taught pronunciation, and shared knowledge. Others were suspicious, seeing European interest as another form of exploitation. They resisted selling manuscripts, refused to teach outsiders, and maintained that Coptic tradition belonged to Copts alone. The European discovery of Coptic had lasting implications. It preserved knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. It established Coptic as a subject of scientific study. It revealed connections between Coptic and ancient Egyptian that would prove crucial for deciphering hieroglyphics. Yet it also exemplified colonial knowledge production, where colonizers claim authority over colonized people's heritage. The legacy of European Coptic studies remains ambiguous, simultaneously preserving endangered linguistic tradition and participating in colonial appropriation. The decipherment of Egyptian hieroglyphics ranks among humanity's greatest intellectual achievements, comparable to Newton's physics, Darwin's evolution, or Einstein's relativity in significance and elegance. At the centre of this achievement stood Jean-François Champollion, whose deep knowledge of Coptic provided the crucial key. The decipherment not only unlocked 3,000 years of recorded Egyptian history, but vindicated the insight that Coptic preserved the ancient Egyptian language, demonstrating across millennia the remarkable continuity of Egyptian linguistic tradition. The challenge of hieroglyphic decipherment had defeated scholars for over 1,000 years. After the last hieroglyphic inscription in 394 CE, no one could read the script. Greek and Roman writers had speculated about hieroglyphics, generally assuming they were purely symbolic, each sign representing a mystical concept rather than phonetic values. This assumption, though wrong, dominated European thinking about hieroglyphics until Champollion. The Rosetta Stone, discovered in Sennain by French soldiers during Napoleon's Egyptian campaign, provided the breakthrough tool. This black granite stela bore the same decree in 3 scripts: Greek, Demotic Egyptian, and Hieroglyphic Egyptian. Scholars could read the Greek and thus knew what the Egyptian text should say. The challenge was understanding how the hieroglyphic signs represented the Egyptian language. Early attempts at decipherment made limited progress. The English polymath Thomas Young, 1773 to 1829, achieved important insights, recognizing that cartouches, oval frames, enclosed royal names, and that some hieroglyphic signs were phonetic. Young identified the hieroglyphic spellings of Ptolemy and Berenice, demonstrating that these Greek names were written phonetically. Yet Young couldn't proceed further. He lacked sufficient knowledge of Egyptian language to understand the grammar and structure underlying the script. Champollion possessed what Young lacked: fluent knowledge of Coptic. He had internalized Coptic grammar, memorized extensive vocabulary, and understood how Egyptian language worked. This knowledge allowed him to approach the Rosetta Stone differently. Rather than treating hieroglyphics as an isolated puzzle, he recognized that it recorded the Egyptian language whose latest form he knew through Coptic. Champollion's key breakthrough came on September 14, 1822, a date that deserves recognition alongside other epical moments in intellectual history. Working with hieroglyphic inscriptions from Abu Simbel, Champollion analysed cartouches containing royal names. He recognised that a cartouche repeated in multiple inscriptions showed the signs circle, male figure, circle. The last sign, circle, appeared in the Ptolemy cartouche with phonetic value S. The second to last sign in this other cartouche matched a sign in the Cleopatra cartouche with value S. Could this cartouche spell Rameses? Champollion knew Coptic vocabulary. The Coptic word for sun was Re. The hieroglyphic sign circle at the beginning of the cartouche was a sun disk. Could it represent Re? The next signs might spell Meses. The cartouche would read Rameses or Rameses, a name known from Greek historical sources. Champollion had connected hieroglyphic signs to Coptic phonetic values, demonstrating that hieroglyphics were phonetic and that they represented the Egyptian language preserved in Coptic. The excitement of this moment is preserved in Champollion's own account. He ran to his brother's office at the academy, shouted "Je tiens l'affaire, I've got it," and promptly fainted from emotional overwhelming. Upon recovering, he spent the following days in feverish activity, testing his system against other inscriptions, extending the decipherment, and confirming that the principle held consistently. Hieroglyphics were a mixed script combining phonetic signs representing sounds, logograms representing words, and determinatives clarifying meaning, all recording the Egyptian language whose structure and vocabulary were preserved in Coptic. Champollion published his findings in the Lettre à Modassier, letter to Modassier, announced to the Académie des Inscriptions et Belles Lettres on September 22, 1822. This slim publication, barely 30 pages, transformed Egyptology from speculation to science. Suddenly, hieroglyphic texts became readable. The temples could speak. The tombs could tell their stories. Thousands of years of Egyptian history, religion, literature, and daily life became accessible to modern understanding. The method Champollion developed relied fundamentally on Coptic knowledge. He used Coptic vocabulary to identify Egyptian words in hieroglyphic texts. He recognized Coptic grammatical constructions in hieroglyphic sentences. He employed Coptic phonology to determine how hieroglyphic signs should be pronounced. His Coptic grammatical knowledge allowed him to identify verb form, understand syntactic patterns, and recognize linguistic structures. Without Coptic, decipherment might have taken decades longer or might never have been achieved. Consider a specific example of how Coptic enabled decipherment. The hieroglyphic word man-sitting sign, bread loaf, human determinative, appeared frequently in royal inscriptions. Champollion recognized the final sign as a determinative indicating human referent. The consonantal pattern was approximately HNT. In Coptic, hent means before or beginning. Could this word mean something similar in hieroglyphic texts? Context suggested it did. In inscriptions like, I went before HNT the king, the word fit perfectly. Champollion had successfully used Coptic to decode hieroglyphic vocabulary. Grammatical knowledge proved equally crucial. Egyptian employed specific verbal constructions for different syntactic contexts. Champollion recognized these patterns from Coptic grammar and could identify them in hieroglyphic texts. The second tense construction, emphasizing preceding adverbial phrases, appeared in both Coptic and hieroglyphics with similar grammatical marking. The relative forms of verbs, creating subordinate clauses, showed comparable structures. The auxiliary constructions expressing tense and aspect revealed evolutionary relationships between Middle Egyptian, Late Egyptian, Demotic, and Coptic. Champollion's Grammaire Égyptienne, Egyptian Grammar, published posthumously in 1836, demonstrated the full application of his method. This comprehensive grammar of hieroglyphic Egyptian was structured similarly to Coptic grammars, treating ancient Egyptian as a known language whose modern form was Coptic. Champollion analysed hieroglyphic verb forms, nominal patterns, particle systems, and syntactic constructions, always referencing Coptic parallels. The grammar established that ancient Egyptian and Coptic were indeed phases of the same linguistic tradition. The vocabulary relationships proved most dramatic. Champollion demonstrated that hundreds of Coptic words directly continued ancient Egyptian vocabulary, often with minimal phonetic change. The Coptic mu, water, derived from Egyptian mo, Coptic jois, lord, came from Egyptian nb. Coptic soun, no, continued Egyptian rx. These connections, repeated across semantic domains, proved beyond question that Coptic preserved ancient Egyptian lexicon. Even more remarkably, Champollion showed that complex grammatical morphemes were preserved. The Coptic definite article ptn descended from late Egyptian demonstratives, which in turn derived from Old Egyptian demonstrative particles. The Coptic verbal prefixes marked for tense, an aspect continued patterns visible in late Egyptian and ultimately traceable to Middle Egyptian verbal system. The pronoun systems, independent, suffix, and possessive forms, showed millennia of continuity. Coptic had indeed preserved the ancient language. The decipherment transformed understanding of Coptic itself. Before Champollion, Coptic was simply the language of Egyptian Christians. After decipherment, Coptic became the final form of ancient Egyptian, carrying weight of 5,000 years of linguistic evolution. This recontextualization elevated Coptic's significance from regional curiosity to major world language. Coptic was now recognized as having one of the longest documented histories of any language, exceeded only by Chinese in continuity of written record. The implications extended beyond linguistics. Decipherment meant that ancient Egyptian literature, philosophy, science, and history became accessible. Pyramid texts revealed ancient religious thought. Tomb autobiographies preserved individual voices from thousands of years ago. Literary masterworks like Sinui could be read in original. Medical papyri shared ancient therapeutic knowledge. The entire civilization spoke again through Coptic's descendant script. Yet the decipherment also revealed the distance between ancient Egyptian and Coptic. While the underlying language showed continuity, phonological, grammatical, and lexical changes across millennia were substantial. Middle Egyptian was not simply Coptic written differently. It represented an earlier evolutionary stage with different verbal constructions, more complex morphology, and less analytic grammar. Champollion and subsequent scholars could trace the evolution from Old Egyptian through Middle and Late Egyptian, Demotic, and finally Coptic, documenting 4,000 years of linguistic change. The scholarly community initially received Champollion's work with skepticism. Thomas Young felt Champollion had stolen credit for his own contributions and engaged in bitter priority disputes. Conservative scholars doubted that hieroglyphics could be phonetic. Some questioned whether Coptic really preserved ancient Egyptian. Yet as additional inscriptions were deciphered using Champollion's method, confirming his principles repeatedly, opposition faded. By the 1830s, his system was generally accepted, and Egyptology emerged as a mature scholarly discipline. Champollion himself did not live to see full vindication. He visited Egypt in 1828-29, travelling up the Nile, documenting inscriptions and experiencing the monuments he had studied in texts. He continued working on his grammar and dictionary until his death from exhaustion and illness in 1832 at age 41. His brother Jacques-Joseph Champollion completed and published his uncompleted works, ensuring that his achievement received proper recognition. The decipherment's dependence on Coptic established Coptic studies as fundamental to Egyptology. Every Egyptology program required students to learn Coptic because understanding hieroglyphic Egyptian demanded knowledge of its later form. Coptic grammars and dictionaries became essential tools for Egyptologists. The study of Coptic linguistic change illuminated how ancient Egyptian had evolved. Coptic, from being an obscure liturgical language of a small minority, became recognized as a major source for understanding ancient civilization. The irony deserves emphasis. A dead language, Coptic provided the key to deciphering an extinct script, hieroglyphics, representing an earlier form of itself. Ancient Egyptian, the linguistic continuity spanning 5 millennia, preserved despite political upheaval, religious transformation, foreign conquest, and social change, made this remarkable achievement possible. Had Coptic not been maintained liturgically, had European scholars not documented it, had Champollion not mastered it, hieroglyphic decipherment might never have occurred. 5,000 years of Egyptian history would have remained silent. The decipherment also vindicated the claims of Egyptian Christians that they were heirs of pharaonic Egypt. European scholars had sometimes dismissed these claims, viewing Copts as merely Arabs who happened to be Christian. The linguistic demonstration that Coptic preserved ancient Egyptian proved biological and cultural continuity between modern Copts and ancient Egyptians. The language, preserved through liturgical tradition against enormous reshas, carried genetic evidence of that heritage. Today, every reading of a hieroglyphic text, every translation of an Egyptian literature, every historical reconstruction of ancient Egypt depends ultimately on Coptic. Scholars still use Coptic vocabulary to interpret hieroglyphic words. They apply Coptic grammatical patterns to understand ancient Egyptian constructions. They cite Coptic parallels to elucidate difficult passages. The language that ancient Egyptians would still have recognized, that Coptic Christians preserved through centuries of adversity, that European scholars documented and analysed, finally provided the key that unlocked its own deep past. Few languages have ever rendered such profound service to human knowledge. The successful decipherment of hieroglyphics by Champollion might have been expected to stimulate renewed interest in Coptic among Egyptians themselves, perhaps even sparking revival efforts. The revelation that Coptic preserved the ancient Egyptian language could have fostered pride and motivated preservation. Instead, the 19th and early 20th centuries witnessed accelerating decline of Coptic language and culture, culminating in near extinction by the mid-20th century. Multiple factors contributed to this continuing decline. The political and economic conditions of 19th century Egypt under Ottoman rule, then British colonial control, marginalised the Coptic minority. Copts faced periodic violence, systematic discrimination in employment and education, and legal restrictions on church construction and public worship. Under such pressures, maintaining linguistic distinctiveness became increasingly difficult and perhaps even dangerous. The modernisation of Egypt under Muhammad Ali Pasha, here in 1805 to 1848, and his successors paradoxically accelerated Arabization. The establishment of modern schools, bureaucratic rationalisation, military reform, and economic development all favoured Arabic. European languages, particularly French and English, gained prestige through colonial influence, creating a trilingual educational elite commanding Arabic, European languages, and sometimes classical Arabic. Coptic had no place in this modernising project. Coptic educational institutions lagged far behind. The Coptic Church maintained catechetical schools teaching basic religious knowledge, primarily in Arabic. The curriculum included memorization of liturgical Coptic responses and simple reading of Coptic religious texts, but functional Coptic linguistic competence was rarely achieved. For advanced education, Coptic families increasingly sent children to European missionary schools, run by Catholics and Protestants, or government schools, all conducted in Arabic or European languages. The demographic shift continued relentless, with Copts comprising perhaps 10 to 15% of Egypt's population by 1900, down from perhaps 20% a century earlier. This decline resulted from differential birth rates favouring Muslims, continued conversion to Islam, and Coptic emigration. The shrinking Coptic population reduced the potential base for language maintenance. The geographic concentration of Copts also mattered. Upper Egypt retained higher Coptic populations, but even there, Arabization was advanced by the late 19th century. A few villages in Upper Egypt might have harboured elderly individuals with fragmentary Coptic knowledge inherited from earlier generations, but these were isolated cases rather than speech communities. Urban Copts were almost entirely Arabic-speaking, distinguished from Muslim neighbours primarily by religion rather than language. The traveller Edward William Lane, who lived in Cairo during the 1830s, documented contemporary Egyptian life in his account of the manners and customs of the modern Egyptians. Lane observed Copts carefully, noting their distinctive dress, religious practices, and social position. Significantly, he makes no mention of Copts speaking any language other than Arabic in daily life. He notes that their liturgy used the ancient language of the Egyptians, but emphasises that this language was no longer spoken except in worship. Lane's testimony confirms that by the 1830s, Coptic was already extinct as a spoken language in Cairo. The European travellers and scholars who visited Egypt throughout the 19th century rarely encountered spoken Coptic. They might attend Coptic liturgies and hear the language chanted, but they found no conversational speakers. The few claims of encountering Coptic speakers generally proved to be cases of priests who had memorized liturgical formulas rather than native speakers with productive competence in the language. The great Egyptologist Gaston Maspero, 1846 to 1916, who directed the Egyptian Museum and Antiquities Service, studied Coptic extensively as a tool for understanding hieroglyphics. Yet Maspero's interactions with contemporary Copts focused on manuscript acquisition and liturgical practice rather than spoken language. His scholarly work treated Coptic as essentially dead, valuable primarily for deciphering ancient texts rather than as living cultural resource. The Coptic Church itself, during this period, focused on survival rather than linguistic preservation. Patriarchs and bishops dealt with intercommunal violence, property disputes, internal theological controversies, and managing relationships with Ottoman and later British authorities. Maintaining Arabic literacy and competence in dealing with Arabic-speaking authorities was more urgent than preserving Coptic, which seemed increasingly irrelevant to community needs. Some Coptic clergy had only minimal Coptic competence. Village priests might barely be able to read liturgical texts, stumbling over pronunciation and comprehending little. Urban priests were generally better educated, but their education emphasized theology, studied in Arabic, canon law in Arabic, and practical pastoral skills rather than deep Coptic linguistic knowledge. The few scholars with genuine Coptic expertise, figures like Kyrillos IV, Patriarch 1854 to 1861, who reformed Coptic education, were exceptional. Kyrillos IV attempted educational reform, establishing the first Coptic schools teaching modern subjects alongside religious instruction. He introduced printing technology to produce Coptic liturgical books more affordably, making texts more widely available. He encouraged Coptic scholarship and sent some Copts to Europe for advanced education. Yet even Kyrillos' reforms conducted education primarily in Arabic. The schools taught about Coptic rather than in Coptic, treating it as heritage rather than living language. The establishment of modern printing in the 19th century had ambiguous effects on Coptic. On one hand, printed editions of liturgical texts made them more accessible and standardized than hand-copied manuscripts. The Coptic liturgy, Psalter, and Gospel lectionaries appeared in affordable printed editions. On the other hand, printed editions sometimes introduced errors, standardized pronunciations controversially, and may have accelerated the transformation of Coptic from fluid living tradition to fixed museum piece. The controversy over Coptic pronunciation intensified during this period. Different traditions existed in different monasteries and regions. Reformers like Irian Mofta, discussed later, advocated correcting pronunciation to match linguistic reconstruction of ancient Egyptian phonology. Conservatives defended traditional pronunciation as authentic inherited practice. The controversy reflected anxious about authenticity. Without native speakers, how could anyone claim to know correct Coptic? The documentation of Coptic folklore, proverbs and cultural practices by European ethnographers during this period generally found Arabic as the medium. Coptic Christians maintained distinctive cultural practices, dietary customs, marriage ceremonies, saint veneration, pilgrimage traditions, but explained and transmitted them in Arabic. A few archaic Coptic terms might persist in ritual contexts, but wholesale cultural maintenance in Coptic language had ceased. The urban Egyptian nationalism emerging in the late 19th and early 20th centuries created new challenges. Egyptian nationalists, both Muslim and Christian, emphasized Egyptian identity against British colonialism. Some nationalist discourse celebrated pharaonic heritage, potentially valorizing Coptic connections to ancient Egypt. Yet nationalism promoted Arabic as the national language, unifying Egyptians across religious divisions. Linguistic distinctiveness potentially threatened national unity and marked Copts as separate. Coptic intellectuals navigated these tensions variously. Some, like Salama Musa (1887–1958), a prominent journalist and intellectual, fully embraced Arabic Egyptian identity while acknowledging Coptic heritage. Musa wrote in Arabic, advocated for modernization and secularism, and rarely emphasized Coptic linguistic distinction. Others, like Merkus Simika (1864–1944), founder of the Coptic Museum, emphasized preserving Coptic cultural heritage while functioning primarily in Arabic. The overwhelming pattern was acceptance of Arabic linguistic identity combined with efforts to preserve religious and cultural distinctiveness. The establishment of the Coptic Museum in Old Cairo in 1910 represented recognition of Coptic cultural heritage as historical artifact requiring preservation. The museum collected Coptic manuscripts, textiles, icons, architectural elements, and art objects, displaying them for public education. Yet this museumification of Coptic culture, treating it as past heritage rather than living present, symbolized the cultural situation. Coptic, like the artifacts in the museum, was becoming a relic of history rather than living tradition. The political upheavals of the early 20th century, World War I, the 1919 Egyptian Revolution, independence from Britain, and the rise of Egyptian nationalism generally marginalized Coptic concerns. Christians participated in nationalist movements, and Christian-Muslim unity became nationalist rhetoric, yet structural discrimination persisted, and Coptic political representation remained limited. Maintaining linguistic heritage was not political priority when community survival itself seemed precarious. The formation of the modern Egyptian state after 1922 established Arabic as the sole official language. Government, education, law, commerce, media, all official domains operated exclusively in Arabic. Coptic had no official recognition or institutional support beyond the Coptic Church itself. Without state support, minority language maintenance is extraordinarily difficult. Coptic faced the full force of Arabic linguistic hegemony without any countervailing institutional support. The educational expansion of the mid-20th century, while beneficial in many ways, further marginalized Coptic. Universal education meant more Egyptians achieved literacy, but in Arabic, not Coptic. Government schools taught national curriculum in Arabic. Even Christian private schools conducted instruction in Arabic, though they might include religious education about Coptic tradition. No schools taught Coptic as a functional language. At most, they offered it as brief enrichment, focusing on liturgical pronunciation of memorized texts. The social prestige of Arabic literacy versus Coptic marginalized the ancient language. Arabic opened doors, government employment, higher education, professional careers, media participation. Coptic offered nothing practical beyond narrow liturgical function. Parents naturally prioritized Arabic education for their children. Investing time in Coptic seemed wasteful when Arabic skills determined life chances. The media revolution, newspapers, radio, and eventually television, operated entirely in Arabic. Egyptian media created shared national culture in Arabic. Copts participated fully in this Arabic media culture as consumers and creators. Coptic had no presence in modern media, further confirming its irrelevance to contemporary life. The language increasingly seemed a quaint archaism, maintained by conservative clergy but properly consigned to history. By mid-20th century, Coptic's situation was critical. The language survived only in liturgical contexts, maintained by decreasing numbers of specialists, and understood barely if at all by most Coptic Christians. Pronouncing liturgical Coptic correctly had become specialized skill requiring dedicated training. Actual comprehension of Coptic texts, ability to read Coptic literature, understand grammar, or compose new sentences was virtually non-existent outside tiny cadres of European Egyptologists and handful of Coptic clergy. The question facing Coptic by mid-20th century was not whether it would be revived as Egypt's language. That possibility had long vanished, but whether it would survive at all, even liturgically. Continuation of liturgical Coptic depended on training new generations of priests and cantors, maintaining manuscript and printed text transmission, and preserving institutional memory of pronunciation and practice. These requirements were increasingly difficult to meet. The situation called for intentional revival efforts, which eventually came from unexpected quarters. Against the backdrop of continuing decline, the 20th century witnessed remarkable efforts to revive Coptic language knowledge. These revival attempts did not aim to restore Coptic as Egypt's spoken language. That goal was clearly impossible. Instead, revivalists sought to preserve Coptic knowledge, improve liturgical understanding, and maintain linguistic competence as cultural heritage. Though revival efforts achieved limited success, they prevented complete extinction and laid groundwork for contemporary Coptic language education. The most significant figure in 20th century Coptic revival was Irian Mofta, 1826 to 1886. Wait, these dates should reflect 20th century figures. Let me correct this. The most significant figure in 20th century Coptic revival was Irian Girgis Mofta, 1890 and 1896, a cantor and scholar who devoted his life to preserving and systematizing Coptic liturgical tradition. Mofta, trained as a cantor at the Clerical College in Cairo, became convinced that authentic Coptic tradition was endangered and required active preservation efforts. Mofta's approach combined traditional practice with modern linguistic scholarship. He studied European Egyptological work on Coptic phonology and grammar, compared traditional ecclesiastical pronunciation with reconstructed ancient Egyptian pronunciation, and attempted to correct liturgical Coptic to more accurately reflect ancient phonological patterns. This reform effort proved controversial, as it implied that centuries of traditional practice had been incorrect. The reformed Baharic pronunciation that Mofta advocated changed how certain letters were pronounced. Traditional pronunciation had merged some ancient distinctions, pronouncing certain letters identically. Mofta's system, based on Egyptological research, distinguished these sounds according to reconstructed ancient Egyptian phonology. For example, traditional pronunciation did not distinguish between different E sounds, while reformed Baharic recognized two distinct phonemes. Traditional pronunciation rendered certain consonants as V, while reformed Baharic used B. The controversy between Old Baharic and Reformed Baharic pronunciation divided the Coptic Church and continues today. Supporters of Mofta's reforms argued that linguistic accuracy was important, connecting contemporary practice more authentically to ancient tradition. Opponents countered that inherited traditional pronunciation, transmitted through centuries of liturgical practice, had its own authenticity and should not be displaced by scholarly reconstruction. Both positions had merit, and no definitive resolution emerged. Mofta's most important contribution was documentation. He recorded Coptic liturgical chants, preserving melodic traditions that had been transmitted orally. He transcribed these chants using Western musical notation, making them accessible to study and preservation. He published grammars, dictionaries, and instructional materials for learning liturgical Coptic. He trained generations of students in Coptic language and music. This documentation ensured that knowledge would not disappear with individual practitioners. The establishment of the Higher Institute of Coptic Studies in Cairo in 1954 provided institutional infrastructure for Coptic language preservation. The institute, founded under the patronage of Patriarch Yusab II, offered courses in Coptic language, history, theology, and art. The language courses taught both Baharic and Sahidic, covering grammar, vocabulary, and reading comprehension. The institute granted certificates and diplomas in Coptic studies, creating formal credentials for Coptic expertise. Yet the institute faced persistent challenges. Enrollment was small, limited primarily to clergy and particularly dedicated lay people. Secular Coptic youth showed little interest, viewing Coptic study as irrelevant to career prospects. Teaching methods often emphasize rote memorization rather than communicative competence, limiting students' ability to actually use Coptic. The curriculum focused more on liturgical reading than broader linguistic competence. Still, the institute preserved and transmitted knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. The émigré Coptic communities established in Europe, North America and Australia in the late 20th century created new contexts for Coptic language preservation. Diaspora communities, removed from Egypt's Arabic linguistic environment, sometimes expressed greater interest in Coptic as heritage marker. Church communities in diaspora established Sunday schools teaching children basic Coptic alongside religious instruction, seeing language as identity preservation. Yet diaspora Coptic language education faced severe limitations. Most teachers had only liturgical knowledge themselves, lacking ability to teach Coptic as a functional language. Students learned memorized responses and perhaps basic reading skills, but rarely achieved communicative competence. The language instruction competed with host country language acquisition, English, French, etc., that children needed for success. Many diaspora Copts saw little point in dedicating limited time to Coptic when children needed to master host country languages. The scholarly linguistic study of Coptic continued developing throughout the 20th century, producing sophisticated understanding of Coptic grammar, phonology, historical linguistics, and dialectology. Academic journals published Coptic linguistic research. Universities offered Coptic courses in Egyptology and Near Eastern Studies programs. The Coptic Encyclopedia, published in 8 volumes in 1991, synthesized contemporary knowledge of Coptic language, literature, history, and culture. Yet this academic scholarship remained disconnected from Coptic community language preservation efforts. Recording technology provided new preservation tools. Linguists and ethnomusicologists recorded liturgical services capturing pronunciation and musical tradition. These recordings preserved acoustic evidence of Coptic pronunciation across different traditional pronunciation systems. Later, video recording documented liturgical practice comprehensively. Digital technology eventually enabled wider dissemination, with liturgical recordings available online. Yet recordings alone cannot revive language. They preserve sound patterns but don't create new speakers. Some individuals achieved remarkable Coptic competence during this period. Father Shenouda Maher Ishak, 1920-2002, a Coptic priest and scholar, mastered multiple Coptic dialects and could read classical Coptic literature fluently. He taught Coptic to seminarians and published pedagogical materials. Similarly, some European and American Egyptologists achieved near-native reading competence in Coptic through intensive study, though without conversational practice. These individuals proved that Coptic linguistic competence remained achievable but required extraordinary dedication. The linguistic nature of revived Coptic differed from historical Coptic. Revived Coptic was learned language, acquired through study rather than naturalistic acquisition. It emphasized reading comprehension and liturgical performance rather than spontaneous production. The vocabulary was limited to religious and historical domains, lacking terms for modern life. Grammar was learned explicitly through rules rather than internalized unconsciously. Pronunciation was learned imitatively from teachers or recordings, rather than acquired from native-speaking caregivers. This semi-communicative competence served limited purposes, but differed fundamentally from native linguistic competence. Some revival enthusiasts advocated more ambitious goals, teaching Coptic as a functional language, expanding vocabulary to cover modern domains, promoting conversational practice and ultimately creating new native speakers. These maximalist revival efforts attracted some followers, but faced enormous obstacles. Without social context requiring Coptic use, why would people invest enormous effort learning it? Without broader community commitment, individual learners lacked interaction partners. Without institutional support, where would comprehensive instruction occur? The debate within the Coptic community about revival priorities revealed tensions. Should efforts focus on maintaining liturgical tradition as authentically as possible, or on creating modern Coptic linguistic competence? Should resources support training priests and cantors or educating lay people? Should instruction emphasize reading ancient texts or producing new Coptic discourse? Different factions advocated different priorities, and limited resources meant difficult choices. The success stories of language revival elsewhere provided both inspiration and sobering context. Hebrew's revival from liturgical to spoken language in Israel showed revival was possible but required extraordinary circumstances: immigration creating new speech community, state support, ideological commitment, and no competing native language. Welsh maintenance in Wales demonstrated that minority languages could persist with institutional support, bilingual education, and dedicated speakers. These examples suggested possible pathways, but also highlighted how Coptic lacked comparable advantages. By the end of the 20th century, Coptic revival efforts had achieved modest successes. Knowledge of Coptic was better documented than ever before. Some institutions taught Coptic systematically. Recordings preserve pronunciation and liturgical tradition. A small cadre of individuals possessed genuine linguistic competence. Yet Coptic remained essentially a dead language, known only through study, lacking native speakers, and functionally limited to liturgical and scholarly domains. The language had survived but not revived in any robust sense. The 21st century would bring new technologies, digital resources, online learning, social media, offering new tools for language preservation and potentially revival. Yet technology alone cannot revive languages. Revival requires human commitment, community support, institutional infrastructure, and compelling reasons for people to learn and use the language. Whether Coptic's future involves genuine revival or merely continued preservation, as historical artifact remains uncertain. In the early 21st century, Coptic exists in a liminal state between death and preservation, between historical artifact and living tradition. The language survives primarily in three interconnected domains: liturgical ritual, musical tradition, and identity marker. Understanding contemporary Coptic requires examining each domain and their interactions. The liturgical use of Coptic remains the language's primary function. Every Coptic Orthodox Church worldwide conducts services incorporating Coptic, though the extent varies. Some churches perform most liturgy in Coptic with Arabic translation or explanation. Others use primarily Arabic with Coptic limited to key prayers and responses. The variation reflects local communities' linguistic competence, congregational preferences, and clerical training. The Divine Liturgy, the Eucharistic service central to Coptic worship, contains essential prayers always recited in Coptic. The Anaphora of St. Basil, the Thanksgiving Prayer, the Lord's Prayer, and certain ancient hymns appear in Coptic even in predominantly Arabic services. These Coptic elements, maintained across centuries, provide continuity with early Egyptian Christianity. Worshippers may not understand the words fully, but the familiar sounds carry spiritual meaning through association and tradition. The Holy Week services preserve extensive Coptic liturgical material. The Pascha, Easter celebration includes ancient Coptic hymns, biblical readings in Coptic, and prolonged liturgical sequences in the ancient language. Holy Saturday night, when the resurrection is celebrated, features particularly rich Coptic liturgy. The congregation processes with candles chanting Coptic hymns, and the Paschal liturgy unfolds in ancient formulas. This annual cycle maintains Coptic's living presence in worship. The musical dimension of Coptic liturgy deserves special attention. Coptic hymnody preserves one of Christianity's oldest continuous musical traditions. The melodies, transmitted orally through generations of cantors, may preserve musical patterns thousands of years old. Some ethnomusicologists claim to hear connections to ancient Egyptian musical traditions, though such claims are speculative. What is certain is that Coptic musical tradition is ancient, distinctive, and inseparable from the language itself. The system of cantors, mu'allimin, maintains this musical linguistic tradition. Boys identified as having musical ability begin training young, learning to chant liturgical texts in Coptic according to traditional melodies. The training is intensive, requiring memorization of extensive material and mastery of complex melodic patterns. Accomplished cantors command enormous repertoires, knowing hundreds of hymns and appropriate melodies for the different liturgical seasons and occasions. The cantorial tradition faces succession challenges. Fewer families maintain cantorial lineages now. The time investment required for traditional training competes with secular education demands. Recording technology while preserving tradition may reduce perceived need for human memorization. Yet major churches still employ skilled cantors, and the prestigious cantors of Cairo's cathedral maintain high standards. The tradition persists, but requires active protection. Modern children learning Coptic typically encounter it first through church attendance and Sunday school. Sunday schools teach children to recognize Coptic letters, read simple liturgical responses, and understand basic religious vocabulary. The pedagogical approach emphasizes memorization and recitation rather than grammatical understanding or conversational ability. Children learn to chant Kyrie eleison, Lord of Mercy, and Amen, without necessarily knowing these are Greek loanwords or understanding their grammatical structure. Some Sunday schools have developed more comprehensive Coptic curricula, teaching alphabet systematically, introducing basic vocabulary, and explaining simple grammatical concepts. These programs aim to give children greater understanding of the liturgy they recite. However, such programs require teachers with genuine Coptic competence, which remains scarce. Most Sunday school teachers have only liturgical knowledge themselves, limiting their ability to teach beyond memorized formulas. Diaspora communities show varying commitment to Coptic language transmission. Some see Coptic as an essential identity marker and invest significantly in language education. Others prioritize host country language acquisition and view Coptic as optional enrichment. The pattern often follows generational lines. First-generation immigrants remembering Egypt emphasize Coptic. Second-generation children, integrated into host society, resist. Third-generation grandchildren secure in host country identity sometimes rediscover interest in heritage language. Digital technology has created new opportunities for Coptic language learning and practice. Websites offer Coptic language lessons, grammar explanations, and vocabulary lists. YouTube channels teach Coptic, alphabet, pronunciation, and simple phrases. Mobile apps provide Coptic dictionaries and prayer books. Online forums connect Coptic learners worldwide. These resources make Coptic accessible globally in unprecedented ways. Social media has enabled virtual Coptic language communities. Facebook groups dedicated to Coptic language study connect learners, teachers, and enthusiasts worldwide. Participants share resources, ask questions, practice reading, and discuss linguistic issues. Twitter and Instagram accounts post Coptic vocabulary, biblical verses, and historical information. These virtual communities create interaction opportunities that geographical isolation would otherwise prevent. Yet digital resources alone cannot revive language. Technology facilitates learning, but cannot substitute for immersive social contexts where language use is natural and necessary. Someone might complete online Coptic courses and achieve reading competence but lack opportunities to speak Coptic conversationally. Without speech communities using Coptic daily, the language remains academic exercise rather than living communication medium. Some activists advocate more radical revival efforts, establishing Coptic immersion schools, creating Coptic media content, promoting conversational practice, expanding vocabulary for modern domains, and ultimately producing new native speakers. These proposals generate enthusiasm among some but face practical obstacles. Who would staff Coptic immersion schools? What parents would enroll children given competing educational demands? How would modern vocabulary be created and standardized? Who would finance such efforts? The question of modern Coptic vocabulary expansion illustrates challenges. Historical Coptic vocabulary covers religious, agricultural and traditional life but lacks terms for modern technology, science, politics, and culture. Creating modern vocabulary requires linguistic authority to coin terms, mechanisms for gaining acceptance, and contexts where new vocabulary would be used. Several approaches exist, borrowing from Arabic or European languages, creating compounds from existing Coptic roots, or reviving archaic Coptic words with extended meanings. Yet without functioning language, academy and speech community demanding modern vocabulary, such efforts remain academic exercises. The identity dimension of Coptic deserves exploration. For many Copts, the language functions as ethnic haqqah and heritage symbol, even when they possess minimal linguistic competence. Claiming my language as Coptic expresses ethnic identity and historical connection, regardless of actual language ability. This symbolic function provides motivation for language preservation beyond practical communication needs. The relationship between Coptic language and Coptic ethnic identity is complex. Historically, linguistic distinctiveness reinforced ethnic boundaries. Speaking Coptic marked someone as ethnically Egyptian Christian, as Arabic. Displaced Coptic religious identity, Christianity rather than linguistic identity, became the primary ethnic marker. Yet language retained symbolic significance as connection to ancestors and authentic Egyptian identity. Some Copts emphasize their descent from ancient Egyptians and their language's continuity with pharaonic civilization. This ancestral claim distinguishes Copts from Arab Muslims, asserting an indigenous identity predating Islamic conquest. The Coptic language serves as evidence for this claim. Direct linguistic continuity across millennia proves biological and cultural descent. Political implications emerge. If Copts are indigenous Egyptians, they arguably have special status in Egyptian national community. Yet this indigenous identity claim is contested. Arab nationalists argue that all Egyptians, Muslim and Christian, are equally Egyptian. Emphasizing Coptic linguistic distinctiveness potentially threatens national unity. Some Muslims view Coptic ancestral claims as implying Muslims are foreign invaders. These political tensions complicate Coptic language preservation, which might be seen as separatist rather than heritage preservation. Within the Coptic community, attitudes toward language vary. Conservative elements emphasize maintaining traditional liturgy in Coptic, seeing it as essential to authentic worship. Moderate voices support Coptic preservation as heritage, while accepting Arabic as contemporary liturgical and administrative language. Progressive factions question devoting resources to Coptic when community faces discrimination, poverty, and emigration pressure. These internal debates reveal competing priorities for limited community resources. The Coptic Orthodox Church's official position supports Coptic preservation, but pragmatically accepts Arabic dominance. The Church maintains Coptic in liturgy, supports Coptic education through the Higher Institute of Coptic Studies, and encourages Coptic language competence among clergy. Yet church administration operates in Arabic. Theological education is Arabic, and pastoral ministry is Arabic. The church preserves Coptic ritually while functioning organisationally in Arabic. The current patriarch, Pope Tawadros II, enthroned 2012, has emphasised Coptic identity and heritage. He has supported Coptic language education, commissioned new Coptic religious materials, and encouraged study of Coptic history. Yet his own ministry operates primarily in Arabic, reflecting practical realities. His speeches, writings, and pastoral communications use Arabic, with Coptic reserved for liturgical contexts. Contemporary Coptic literature, meaning new text composed in Coptic, is virtually non-existent. Some enthusiasts write prayers or poetry in Coptic, and occasionally new liturgical compositions appear. But substantial literary creation in Coptic has not occurred. The language lacks active literary tradition, constraining its vitality. Without literature, languages become fossilized, repeating inherited formulas without creative evolution. The academic study of Coptic continues robustly in universities worldwide. Egyptology programs teach Coptic as a central tool for reading ancient texts. Scholars publish linguistic analyses, grammatical studies, and dialectological research. Critical editions of Coptic texts appear regularly. This academic vitality preserves expert knowledge of Coptic, but remains disconnected from community language practices. The situation of Coptic today might be described as liturgical preservation with scholarly documentation and symbolic identity value. The language survives in restricted domains, known through study rather than native acquisition, valued more for heritage connection than practical utility. This narrow survival differs fundamentally from languages with native speakers, natural intergenerational transmission, and functional use across life domains. Yet it represents survival nonetheless. Coptic has not vanished entirely but persists in attenuated form. Languages are not merely communication tools, they encode worldviews, preserve cultural knowledge, and carry historical memory. Coptic's significance extends far beyond its current handful of liturgical users. The language preserves within its structure and vocabulary the linguistic heritage of one of humanity's oldest civilizations. Understanding what Coptic preserved requires examining the language's grammatical continuity, lexical heritage, and cultural knowledge. The grammatical continuity between ancient Egyptian and Coptic is profound. Core morphological patterns persist across 4 millennia. The root and pattern system characteristic of Afroasiatic languages continues from Old Egyptian through Coptic. Consonantal roots carry basic meaning, while vowel patterns and affixes modify that meaning grammatically. A typical Coptic verb like sotiem, to hear, shows triconsonantal root stm, exactly matching ancient Egyptian stm, to hear, demonstrating morphological continuity across 3,000 years. The verbal system's evolution from synthetic to analytic represents natural linguistic change rather than rupture. Old Egyptian expressed tense, aspect and mood through verb stem modifications. Middle Egyptian developed more complex systems with multiple verb forms for different syntactic contexts. Late Egyptian increasingly employed auxiliary constructions, moving toward analytic expression. Demotic accelerated this trend. Coptic completed the transformation to primarily analytic verbal system, using auxiliary verbs plus infinitives or qualitatives. Yet the underlying aspectual distinctions, perfective versus imperfective, completed versus ongoing action, persist throughout, showing conceptual continuity despite formal change. The Coptic nominal system directly continues ancient Egyptian patterns. Definite articles derived from demonstratives appear in pre-nominal position as they did in late Egyptian. The gender system, masculine and feminine, continues ancient Egyptian distinctions. Number marking, singular, plural, and remnant dual, preserves ancient patterns. The construct state, expressing possession or close association, continues ancient Egyptian genitive constructions. A Coptic noun phrase like Rome en te polis, the man of the city, shows structural patterns recognizable in Middle Egyptian texts from 2 millennia earlier. The pronoun system demonstrates remarkable continuity. Coptic independent pronouns like anok, I, entokha, you masculine, se enti f, he, show clear descent from Egyptian independent pronouns. Suffix pronouns, attached to verbs, nouns, and prepositions, continue ancient Egyptian patterns. Possessive constructions using pronominal articles persist across millennia. The 3-person, 2-number, 2-gender system remains stable from Old Egyptian through Coptic. The vocabulary preservation is equally striking. Core lexical items persist across 4,000 years. Body part terms show remarkable stability. Coptic A8, hand, bowl, eye, tapro, mouth, hat, heart, directly continue ancient Egyptian vocabulary. Kinship terms persist. Son, mao, mother, ayat, father, son, brother, son, sister. Basic verbs survive. Eat. Su, drink. J, walk. Hey, standee. Environmental terms continue. Ro, sunan, eohuku, moon, mu, water, ka, earth, EP, sky. Agricultural vocabulary. Reflecting Egypt's agrarian civilization, shows extensive continuity. Terms for crops: wheat, barley, flax. Agricultural implements: plough, sickle, measuring rod. Irrigation works: canal, basin. And agricultural processes: sow, harvest, thresh, persist from ancient Egyptian into Coptic. This vocabulary preserves knowledge of traditional Egyptian agriculture, maintaining terminology for practices continuous across millennia. The preservation of ancient Egyptian month names in Coptic calendar represents cultural continuity. The Coptic months Thout, Paupi, Hathor, Koyak, Tobi, Meshir, Paramhat, Paramut, Pashons, Paoni, Epip, Mesere derive directly from ancient Egyptian month names, themselves often named after gods or festivals. These names, still used liturgically in the Coptic Church, maintain linguistic connection to ancient Egyptian concepts of time and season. Numerals show partial continuity. Lower numbers preserve ancient Egyptian forms, while higher numbers often use Greek borrowings. This mixed system reflects historical linguistic contact but maintains ancient Egyptian counting patterns for basic enumeration. The vigesimal base 20 tendencies visible in ancient Egyptian number systems persist to some degree in Coptic. Religious vocabulary requires careful analysis. Many ancient Egyptian religious terms disappeared as concepts they denoted became irrelevant with Christianity. Gods' names, ritual terminology, and theological concepts specific to pharaonic religion naturally vanished. Yet some religious vocabulary was repurposed. Ancient Egyptian words for god, priest, temple, and sacred found new uses in Christian contexts with modified meanings. The Coptic word Nut, God, continues ancient Egyptian Netja, God. demonstrating semantic continuity despite radical theological transformation. The kinship system encoded in Coptic vocabulary preserves ancient Egyptian social structures. Specific terms distinguished maternal and paternal relatives, elder and younger siblings, and generations. These terminological distinctions reflect social organization and family relationships important in Egyptian culture. Even as social structures evolved, the linguistic patterns persisted. Colour terms in Coptic show cultural salience patterns inherited from ancient Egypt. Specific terms exist for colours important in Egyptian culture: the black soil of the Nile Valley, the red desert, lapis blue, gold, while other colour distinctions might be encoded differently than in European languages. These patterns reflect distinctively Egyptian cultural categorization of visual experience. Semantic fields, particularly well developed in Coptic, reflect Egyptian cultural preoccupations. Terms distinguishing types of agricultural land, water management systems, and boat parts reflect agrarian civilization dependent on Nile. Legal terminology for contracts, property transfer, and dispute resolution preserves ancient Egyptian legal concepts. Medical vocabulary, though often incorporating Greek scientific terms, retains Egyptian anatomical and pharmacological knowledge. Metaphorical patterns in Coptic often continue ancient Egyptian expressions. Phrases like sweet of tongue meaning eloquent, or great of heart meaning proud, follow ancient metaphorical associations. Body part metaphors for emotions and character traits show continuity: heart for mind and emotion, belly for interior self, face for person and presence. These metaphorical mappings encode ancient Egyptian embodied understanding of psychology and personhood. Idiomatic expressions occasionally preserve ancient Egyptian speech patterns. Oath formulas, greeting conventions, and proverbial sayings sometimes show descent from earlier forms. Though many Coptic idioms are innovative or borrowed, those preserving ancient patterns provide glimpses of Egyptian folk wisdom and speech conventions. The phonological system of Coptic, though evolved from ancient Egyptian, preserves important features. The consonantal distinctions, though simplified from earlier stages, maintain some ancient contrasts. Phonotactic patterns, permissible sound combinations, show continuity. Stress as patterns, though debated, likely reflect ancient Egyptian prosody. The sound system, even after millennia of change, remains distinctively Egyptian, rather than becoming assimilated to Greek or Arabic patterns. Syntactic patterns in Coptic often match ancient Egyptian construction. The use of preverbal particles to mark tense, aspect, and mood continues ancient patterns. The VSO, verb, subject, object, versus SVO word order variation, reflects ancient Egyptian syntactic flexibility. Cleft sentence constructions, emphasizing particular elements, follow ancient patterns. The syntactic architecture, despite surface changes, preserves ancient Egyptian strategies for organizing information and expressing relationships. The preservation of ancient Egyptian in Coptic enabled the decipherment of hieroglyphics and thus unlocked Egyptian civilization for the modern understanding. Without Coptic, ancient Egyptian language would have remained inaccessible. The 3,000 years of recorded Egyptian history before Coptic emerged, pyramids, texts, Middle Kingdom literature, New Kingdom royal inscriptions, late period texts, all became readable because Coptic preserved the linguistic key. This contribution to human knowledge is incalculable. Coptic also preserved early Christian texts unavailable elsewhere. The Nag Hammadi Library, discovered in 1945, contains Gnostic Gospels and philosophical treatises surviving only in Coptic translation. These texts revolutionized understanding of early Christianity's diversity. Without Coptic preservation, these alternative Christian voices would have been lost. The Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Truth all exist only in Coptic, making Coptic essential for studying Christian origins. The Coptic versions of biblical texts provide crucial evidence for textual criticism. The Coptic Bible translations, made in the 3rd and 4th centuries, represent early witnesses to biblical text. Comparing Coptic translations with Greek originals and other versions helps scholars reconstruct original biblical texts and understand ancient translation practices. Several biblical passages survive more completely in Coptic than in any other language, making Coptic essential for biblical scholarship. Coptic patristic literature preserves theological traditions of Egyptian Christianity. The writings of Egyptian church fathers, Athanasius, Cyril, Shenouda, exist primarily in Coptic. These texts contributed to Christian theological development on Trinity, Christology, and ecclesiology. Without Coptic preservation, Egyptian theological voices would be known only through hostile descriptions or partial Greek translations. Coptic made Egyptian Christian thought accessible. The preservation of traditional Egyptian knowledge in Coptic deserves recognition. Medical knowledge, agricultural practices, architectural techniques and craft skills continued from pharaonic times through Coptic period. Though such knowledge was increasingly expressed in Arabic or Greek, Coptic terminology preserved ancient Egyptian technical vocabulary. Students of Egyptian technology and science rely on Coptic evidence to understand ancient practices. Cultural memory embedded in Coptic preserved Egyptian identity across religious transformation. Despite conversion to Christianity, Coptic-speaking Egyptians maintained consciousness of descent from ancient Egyptians. They called Egypt Kime, the Black Land, the ancient name. They identified contemporary places with ancient sites. They recognized continuity between ancient and contemporary customs. This cultural memory, linguistically encoded, preserved Egyptian identity through political and religious upheaval. The question of what would have been lost without Coptic is sobering. Ancient Egyptian civilization would have remained mysterious, hieroglyphics unreadable, pyramid texts incomprehensible. Early Christian diversity would be less understood. Egyptian theological contributions would be obscured. A major branch of Afro-Asiatic linguistics would lack crucial evidence. Most profoundly, the voice of one of humanity's oldest civilizations would have remained silent. Coptic, by preserving ancient Egyptian into the modern era and enabling decipherment, gave voice to 5,000 years of Egyptian expression. The significance of Coptic extends far beyond Egypt or the Coptic Christian community. This language, connecting humanity's deep past with the present, matters for global history, linguistics, religious studies, and human cultural heritage. Understanding why Coptic matters requires examining its multiple contributions to human knowledge and culture. The decipherment of Egyptian hieroglyphics enabled by Coptic knowledge transformed historical understanding. Before Champollion, ancient Egypt was mysterious, magnificent monuments whose meaning remained locked behind undecipherable scripts. After decipherment, Egyptian civilization spoke directly through thousands of texts, royal inscriptions, religious literature, business documents, personal letters, scientific treatises, and literary masterworks. The transformation in knowledge was revolutionary, comparable to discovering a lost continent. This opened history matters for multiple fields. Historians gained 3 millennia of recorded history to study. Political developments, military campaigns, economic systems, social structures. Art historians could interpret Egyptian art through accompanying texts explaining iconography and meaning. Archaeologists could date sites, identify structures' functions, and understand material remains through textual evidence. Anthropologists accessed ancient Egyptian worldviews, religious beliefs, and cultural values. All these advances depended ultimately on Champollion's Coptic-enabled decipherment. The hieroglyphic decipherment validated comparative historical linguistic methodology. Champollion demonstrated that knowing a language's later form can illuminate earlier stages, a principle central to historical linguistics. His success encouraged similar approaches to other undeciphered scripts. The decipherment of cuneiform, building on Champollion's methods, opened Mesopotamian civilization to study. Linear B decipherment by Michael Ventris similarly drew inspiration from Egyptological success. Coptic's role in hieroglyphic decipherment thus extended beyond Egypt to advance general methodology for recovering lost languages. Coptic provides crucial evidence for Afro-Asiatic historical linguistics. The Afro-Asiatic language family includes Semitic, Berber, Cushitic, Chadic, and Egyptian branches spread across North Africa and the Middle East. Understanding this family's historical development and reconstruction of Proto-Afro-Asiatic requires evidence from all branches. Egyptian, through its Coptic attestation, provides the longest documented history of any Afro-Asiatic language. This evidence illuminates sound changes, morphological evolution, and semantic developments across 4 millennia, unparalleled temporal depth. The study of language change benefits enormously from Coptic evidence. Linguists can trace specific changes across well-documented stages, Old Egyptian to Middle Egyptian to Late Egyptian to Demotic to Coptic. This evidence shows how synthetic morphology evolves to analytic structures, how verb systems reorganize, how phonological inventories simplify, and how lexical borrowing occurs. Few languages offer comparable historical depth, making Coptic essential for understanding universal patterns of language change. Coptic's preservation of ancient Egyptian demonstrates language resilience and continuity. Languages can survive political conquest, religious transformation, and cultural upheaval if sufficient speakers maintain intergenerational transmission. Coptic's 4,000-year continuity, despite Greek domination, Roman rule, and Islamic conquest, testifies to linguistic persistence. This resilience matters for contemporary endangered languages, showing that survival is possible even under adverse conditions. Conversely, Coptic's eventual death as a spoken language illuminates language endangerment and death processes. The factors causing Coptic's decline, political subordination, economic pressure, lack of institutional support, intergenerational transmission failure, mirror processes endangering minority languages globally today. Understanding how Coptic died helps contemporary language preservation efforts by revealing mechanisms of decline and potential intervention points. Religious studies benefit profoundly from Coptic evidence. The Nag Hammadi discovery revolutionized understanding of early Christianity. These Coptic texts revealed Christian diversity far greater than previously known. Gnostic Christianity, known previously only through hostile descriptions by Orthodox fathers, could finally be studied through its own texts. The Gospel of Thomas provided sayings attributed to Jesus unavailable in canonical Gospels. The diversity and sophistication of early Christian thought became apparent. The Coptic Bible translations illuminate biblical textual history. These 3rd and 4th century translations, made from Greek originals, provide early textual witnesses. Comparing Coptic translations with Greek manuscripts helps identify scribal errors, variants, and original readings. Several biblical passages exist more completely in Coptic than in Greek, making Coptic essential for biblical criticism. The Old Testament books preserved in Coptic sometimes reflect earlier textual traditions than surviving Greek or Hebrew versions. Coptic theological literature contributed to Christian doctrinal development. Egyptian theologians writing in Coptic and Greek shaped Orthodox Christology, Trinitarian doctrine, and ecclesiology. Athanasius's defense of Nicene Trinitarianism, Cyril's Christological formulations, and monastic spiritual theology all emerged from Egyptian Christian context. Though these figures wrote primarily in Greek, their thought was shaped by Coptic-speaking religious culture and often originally expressed in Coptic before Greek translation. The study of liturgy and ritual benefits from Coptic evidence. The Coptic liturgical tradition represents one of Christianity's oldest continuous liturgies, preserving prayers and ritual patterns from the 4th and 5th centuries. Comparative liturgical study uses Coptic evidence to reconstruct early Christian worship. The structure of the Eucharistic liturgy, the development of the liturgical year, and the evolution of sacramental theology all draw on Coptic sources. Coptic iconographic tradition influenced Christian art globally. The distinctive style of Coptic icons, frontal presentation, symbolic composition, particular colour schemes, developed in late antique Egypt and influenced Byzantine iconography. The theological understanding of icons as windows into divine reality, controversial in Eastern Christianity and ultimately rejected in Western Christianity, found early articulation in Coptic tradition. Coptic artistic heritage thus contributed to global Christian artistic development. The monastic tradition originating in Coptic-speaking Egypt transformed Christianity worldwide. The models of monasticism pioneered by Antony, Pachomius and Chenut spread throughout Christian world. Eastern Orthodox monasticism, Western Benedictine tradition, and eventually Protestant adaptations all trace roots to Egyptian desert monasticism. The texts recording this tradition, lives of saints, monastic rules, spiritual writings, exist primarily in Coptic, making that language essential for understanding monasticism's origins. Medical history benefits from Coptic evidence. Coptic medical texts preserved ancient Egyptian medical knowledge while incorporating Greek scientific medicine. The synthesis of indigenous Egyptian healing practices with Hellenistic medical theory, documented in Coptic medical papyri, illuminates how ancient cultures integrated different knowledge systems. The continuity of some medical practices from pharaonic through Coptic periods shows how traditional knowledge persists across cultural transformations. Coptic evidence matters for understanding religious conversion and cultural transformation. Egypt's conversion from ancient Egyptian religion to Christianity, then gradual Islamization, is documented through stages of linguistic change. Analyzing how religious vocabulary evolved, how old religious concepts were repurposed or abandoned, and how new theological ideas were expressed in ancient language illuminates conversion processes. This evidence helps historians understand how societies transform religiously while maintaining cultural continuity. The study of cultural identity formation draws on Coptic evidence. How did Egyptians maintain distinct identity across political dominations and religious transformations? Language played crucial role. Maintaining Coptic distinguished Copts from Greek-speaking Byzantine rulers and later from Arabic-speaking Muslims. Yet language alone was insufficient. Religious identity became primary marker after Arabic displacement of Coptic. The evolution from linguistic to religious identity markers illuminates how ethnic groups maintain boundaries under changing circumstances. Coptic's relationship to Egyptian nationalism deserves examination. In the 19th and 20th centuries, as Egypt sought independence from colonial rule, competing visions of Egyptian identity emerged. Some emphasized Arab-Islamic identity linking Egypt to broader Arab world. Others emphasized pharaonic heritage, claiming continuity with ancient Egypt. Coptic Christians, as Coptic-descended Egyptians, became symbols in this debate. Their language connected them to pre-Islamic Egypt, complicating Arab nationalist narratives. This role of language in nationalist politics illuminates how heritage languages become politically charged. The preservation efforts surrounding Coptic illuminate cultural heritage protection more broadly. How should endangered cultural traditions be preserved? Should preservation prioritize authentic traditional practice or adapt to contemporary contexts? Who has authority over endangered traditions, community members, or external scholars? These questions, debated regarding Coptic, apply to cultural heritage globally. Coptic preservation efforts provide case study in heritage protection challenges. Coptic's liturgical survival demonstrates that languages can persist in restricted domains even after losing broader social functions. Latin, Sanskrit, Avestan, and Classical Arabic all survived primarily through religious use after ceasing to be native languages. This pattern, liturgical preservation after vernacular death, represents common language maintenance strategy. Coptic exemplifies both possibilities and limitations of this approach. The language survived, but in highly restricted form, preserving tradition but losing vitality. The role of writing systems in language preservation appears clearly in Coptic history. The adoption of Greek-based alphabet made Coptic more accessible than hieroglyphic or demotic scripts, potentially broadening literacy. Yet this accessibility was insufficient to prevent decline. Writing systems alone cannot save languages without social context supporting language use. The Coptic example cautions against technological solutions to language endangerment that ignore social factors. Digital humanities benefits from Coptic textual corpus. The substantial body of Coptic texts, biblical, liturgical, literary, documentary, provides excellent material for computational linguistic analysis. Scholars have created digital corpora of Coptic texts, enabling sophisticated searches, statistical analysis, and pattern identification. These digital resources make Coptic more accessible to researchers globally and facilitate new research methods. The digitization of endangered languages, exemplified by Coptic digital projects, represents important preservation strategy. The global Coptic diaspora illustrates how migration affects language maintenance. Coptic emigrants to Europe, Americas, and Australia face question of maintaining heritage language in foreign contexts. Diaspora language maintenance differs from homeland maintenance. New social pressures, different resources, alternative identity options. The Coptic diaspora experience illuminates broader patterns of immigrant language maintenance and loss. Coptic story ultimately illustrates language as civilization carrier. Languages encode cultural knowledge, historical memory, and collective identity. When languages die, unique human perspectives vanish. Coptic's death meant loss of direct access to ancient Egyptian worldview as expressed through linguistic categories and conceptual patterns. Yet Coptic's documentation means this knowledge is not entirely lost, preserved in texts, accessible through study, available for teaching. This partial preservation, though inferior to living language maintenance, is vastly better than complete extinction. The final answer to why Coptic matters is perhaps this. Coptic demonstrates human cultural continuity and fragility simultaneously. The language's 4,000-year continuity testifies to culture's persistence across political and religious transformations. Its death demonstrates culture's fragility under sufficient pressure. Its documentation shows human efforts to preserve heritage against loss. Its study reveals accumulated knowledge of a major civilization. Its preservation, however limited, maintains connection to human past. Coptic matters because it represents both what humanity can preserve and what we can lose, and the imperative to choose preservation over loss. The Coptic language stands at a crossroads between extinction and revival, between historical artifact and living tradition. Its future depends on decisions made today by the Coptic community, scholars, educators, and language activists. Understanding possible futures requires examining current trends, available resources, persistent challenges, and realistic possibilities for Coptic survival and potential revival. The current trajectory, without intervention, leads toward increasing marginalization. Fewer Copts learn Coptic liturgically, even in limited forms. Sunday school enrollment declines as diaspora communities assimilate into host societies. The cadre of individuals with genuine Coptic linguistic competence ages without sufficient replacement. Traditional cantors retire without training adequate successors. Manuscript knowledge resides increasingly with non-Coptic Egyptologists rather than community members. This trajectory leads not to sudden extinction. Coptic liturgy will persist, but to gradual diminishment until knowledge becomes purely academic rather than communal. Yet countervailing trends exist. Digital technology enables new forms of language learning and community building. Global Coptic diaspora has resources that Egyptian Copts historically lacked. Academic Coptic studies remain vigorous. Some young Copts express interest in heritage language. Global language revitalization movements provide models and inspiration. These positive factors create possibilities for stabilization or even limited revival, if effectively mobilized. The digital transformation of Coptic language resources represents the most significant recent development. Websites now host comprehensive Coptic dictionaries, searchable by Coptic or English terms. Online courses teach Coptic alphabet, basic grammar, and reading skills. YouTube channels provide video lessons on pronunciation and liturgical texts. Mobile apps offer Coptic prayer books, biblical texts, and learning tools. Podcasts teach conversational phrases. Social media groups connect learners worldwide. This digital ecosystem makes Coptic more accessible than ever before in history. The centtakler.org website, copticheritage.org, and similar platforms provide extensive Coptic resources freely available globally. These sites include liturgical texts in Coptic with English translation, audio recordings of proper pronunciation, grammatical explanations, and historical information. The accessibility and professional quality of these resources far exceeds anything available to earlier generations. A motivated learner anywhere in the world can now study Coptic with materials that previously required expensive books or rare manuscript access. The Coptic Orthodox diocese websites and churches worldwide have created online liturgical resources. Video recordings of liturgical services show proper ritual performance. Audio recordings by accomplished cantors provide pronunciation models. Liturgical texts with interlinear translations help worshippers understand what they're hearing. Virtual church attendance during COVID-19 pandemic accelerated development of these online liturgical resources, creating permanent infrastructure for remote Coptic language engagement. Yet digital resources face limitations. Technology facilitates access to information but cannot create language communities. Someone might learn to read Coptic online but have no opportunities for conversation. Digital learning works well for reading comprehension and liturgical performance, but poorly for developing conversational fluency. Without face-to-face interaction with fluent speakers, who barely exist, learners cannot achieve full linguistic competence. The role of the Higher Institute of Coptic Studies in Cairo remains crucial. This institution, now over 60 years old, continues training Coptic language specialists. The institute offers diploma programs in Coptic language, granting credentials recognized by the Coptic Church. Many contemporary Coptic priests and scholars receive training there. However, the institute faces perpetual resource challenges, limited funding, small faculty, aging infrastructure, and competition from better-resourced secular universities. Expanding Coptic language education requires addressing institutional challenges. The institute needs increased funding to hire more faculty, develop better curriculum, and improve facilities. Broader integration with the Egyptian universities could provide resources and legitimacy. International partnerships with universities teaching Coptic, particularly in Europe and North America, could facilitate exchange programs and shared resources. Yet achieving such expansion requires priority setting by Coptic Church leadership and persuading community members that Coptic language investment merits resource allocation. The debate about Coptic language revival versus preservation continues. Some activists advocate ambitious revival, teaching Coptic in immersion schools, promoting conversational use, creating modern vocabulary, producing contemporary media content, and ultimately generating new native speakers. This maximalist approach inspires some but seems unrealistic given resource constraints and lack of social context requiring Coptic use. Others advocate modest preservation, maintaining liturgical competence, training adequate clergy and cantors, documenting traditional practice and ensuring knowledge transmission. This minimalist approach is more achievable but arguably insufficient to maintain vibrant linguistic tradition. A middle path might prioritize expanded passive competence while maintaining realistic expectations about productive competence. If significantly more Copts achieved reading comprehension and liturgical understanding, able to follow liturgy meaningfully, read Coptic texts with understanding, and appreciate Coptic cultural heritage, without necessarily achieving conversational fluency, this would represent success. Such passive bilingualism, where individuals understand language without speaking it fluently, is common in endangered language communities and might be a realistic goal for Coptic. The diaspora Coptic communities represent both challenge and opportunity. Challenge because diaspora children, immersed in host country languages and cultures, often resist heritage language learning. Opportunity because diaspora communities sometimes maintain stronger ethnic identity and heritage consciousness than homeland communities, having clearer sense of distinctiveness against host country majority. Effective diaspora language education could create substantial population with Coptic knowledge. Some diaspora churches have implemented successful Coptic education programs. These programs typically meet weekly, teaching children Coptic alphabet, basic vocabulary, liturgical texts, and cultural context. The most successful programs integrate language learning with broader cultural education, teaching about Coptic history, saints, traditions, and identity alongside language. They make learning engaging through songs, games, and youth activities. They provide clear progression, recognizing achievement through certificates and public performance opportunities. Yet diaspora programs face significant obstacles. They operate with volunteer teachers who often lack pedagogical training. They meet infrequently, providing insufficient contact hours for effective language learning. They compete with numerous other demands on children's time: secular schooling, extracurricular activities, homework, social life. Parents facing their own integration challenges may not prioritize heritage language. The programs reach only small portions of diaspora youth. Creating effective diaspora Coptic education requires professionalization. Teachers need training in language pedagogy, not just liturgical knowledge. Curricula need systematic development based on language teaching best practices. Materials need to be age-appropriate, engaging, and aligned with clear learning objectives. Assessment should track progress and identify struggling students. Programs need adequate funding for materials, space, and possibly paid professional teachers. These improvements require community investment beyond current levels. The question of modern Coptic vocabulary expansion deserves reconsideration. Historical objections to modernizing Coptic, that it would distort authentic tradition, become less compelling if the alternative is extinction. Creating vocabulary for modern life, technology, science, contemporary culture, would enable Coptic use beyond purely liturgical and historical domains. Such expansion could make Coptic feel relevant to contemporary life rather than merely historical artifact. Several approaches to vocabulary expansion exist. Borrowing from Arabic, English, or other languages represents easiest method but reduces linguistic distinctiveness. Deriving new terms from existing Coptic roots maintains linguistic purity but requires systematic effort and authority to ensure acceptance. Reviving archaic Coptic words with extended meanings provides authenticity but risks confusion. some combination, borrowing for concepts entirely foreign to traditional culture, deriving for concepts related to existing knowledge. Reviving for concepts with historical precedents might work best. Yet vocabulary expansion without speech communities to use new terms remains academic exercise. Creating words for computer, internet, or democracy in Coptic is pointless if no one needs to discuss these concepts in Coptic. Vocabulary expansion only makes sense alongside efforts to create contexts for Coptic communication. This might include Coptic social media content, Coptic news summaries, Coptic discussion groups, or Coptic cultural productions. Creating such content requires both linguistic competence and creative energy beyond current capacity. The possibility of Coptic immersion schools occasionally resurfaces. An immersion school would conduct education primarily in Coptic, teaching subjects through the language while developing linguistic competence. Hebrew revival in Israel succeeded partly through such immersion education. Could Coptic follow similar path? Practically enormous obstacles exist. Who would teach? What curriculum would be used? What parents would enroll children? How would graduates function in Egyptian or diaspora societies requiring Arabic or English? Without answers to these questions, immersion schools remain fantasy rather than practical possibility. More realistic might be enhanced Coptic enrichment in existing Coptic schools. If Coptic schools, which currently conduct education in Arabic or host country languages, dedicated substantial time to Coptic language instruction using modern pedagogical methods, they could produce students with functional reading ability and liturgical understanding. This would require hiring qualified Coptic teachers, developing appropriate curricula, and justifying instructional time diverted from other subjects. Achievable, but requiring commitment. The role of the Coptic Church remains decisive. The Church controls key institutions, seminaries, schools, monasteries, media outlets. Church decisions about prioritizing Coptic language determine available resources and community norms. If the Church makes Coptic competence requirement for ordination, seminaries must provide adequate instruction. If parishes evaluate priests partly on Coptic knowledge, priests will invest in learning. If church media produces Coptic content, demand for Coptic literacy increases. Church prioritization could transform Coptic language prospects. Yet the Church faces competing priorities: pastoral care for struggling communities, managing intercommunal tensions in Egypt, supporting diaspora congregations, maintaining properties, addressing poverty, and defending against discrimination. Allocating scarce resources to language preservation competes with urgent practical needs. Church leaders might reasonably conclude that while Coptic heritage matters, feeding hungry people or protecting persecuted Christians matters more. This pragmatic calculation explains why church support for Coptic remains moderate rather than passionate. A monastery classroom in Upper Egypt exemplifies both hope and challenge. Young monks, having committed their lives to religious vocation, study Coptic seriously. They learn to read liturgical texts, understand grammar, and master traditional pronunciation. They will spend decades chanting Coptic prayers, maintaining linguistic tradition. Yet even these monks conduct daily conversation in Arabic, think in Arabic, and dream in Arabic. Coptic for them is learned sacred language rather than native tongue. Their preservation maintains tradition but differs fundamentally from living linguistic community. The voices of children chanting Coptic in Sunday school carry poignant meaning. These children, perhaps 10 years old, carefully pronounce syllables of a language their great-great-grandparents might have spoken natively. They learn Agios o Theos, Holy God, Kyrie eleison, Lord of Mercy, and ancient prayers their ancestors recited for centuries. They perform identity and heritage through linguistic practice. Yet these same children will grow up thinking in English or Arabic, living in modern multicultural societies, maintaining Coptic only as narrow liturgical competence if at all. Their tenuous connection to ancestral language might break entirely in the next generation. Yet perhaps their voices are enough. Perhaps liturgical preservation, however limited, constitutes success. Languages serve multiple functions: practical communication, identity marking, cultural heritage preservation, connection to ancestors. Even if Coptic never revives as full community language, maintaining it liturgically preserves connection to ancient tradition. The prayers of Shannut and Pachomius continue resonating across centuries. The language that decoded hieroglyphics persists in human memory and practice. 5,000 years of linguistic continuity has not entirely vanished, but continues in attenuated form. The question of whether Coptic will survive reduces to whether enough people care enough to maintain it. Languages survive through commitment, individuals deciding the language matters enough to learn it, teach it, use it, and transmit it. Every language death results from cumulative decisions that transmission to the next generation is not worth the effort. Every language survival results from opposite decisions that maintenance justifies required sacrifice. For Coptic, the decision falls primarily on Coptic Christians worldwide. Will they invest in teaching their children? Will they support institutions preserving linguistic knowledge? Will they attend liturgies even when incomprehensible? Will they study their heritage language even when difficult? Will they create contexts for language use even when artificial? These individual and communal decisions will determine whether Coptic persists or vanishes. External actors, scholars, linguists, Egyptologists, language activists, play supporting roles. They document the language, develop resources, provide expertise, and advocate for preservation, yet they cannot maintain Coptic's living connection to its community. Only Copts themselves can make that choice. The stakes extend beyond the Coptic community. If Coptic disappears entirely, if even liturgical use ceases, humanity loses the last living voice of ancient Egyptian civilization. The language that carried 5,000 years of history would fall permanently silent. The direct linguistic connection to the pharaohs would sever. One of humanity's longest linguistic traditions would end. The cultural loss would be irreparable. Yet if Coptic persists, even in limited form, that connection endures. Future generations could learn from Coptic what earlier generations preserved. The language could potentially revive if circumstances change. The voice of ancient Egypt would continue sounding, however softly, in human communities. The final form of ancient Egyptian would remain part of living human culture rather than merely archaeological record. The children chanting Coptic liturgy in monasteries and churches worldwide embody this precarious future. Their voices carry 5,000 years. If those voices fall shut, the weight of millennia falls silent with them. If they continue singing, however imperfectly, the ancient language survives another generation. The choice facing humanity is whether to let that ancient voice fade into silence or maintain it against the darkness. The decision remains unmade. The future remains open. The last Egyptian language awaits its fate.